Righty, welcome back. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of estimates. I'm Laurie Zio, member for Fanny Bay, and also the Deputy Chair, Acting Chair today. Long-time listener, first time Acting Chair, so be nice. I welcome you, Minister, and invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you today.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce the members of the Department of People, Sport and Culture executive team who appear with me today to assist me to respond to your questions. These members are Mrs. Samantha Livesley, Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Rachel McMillan, General Manager of Corporate and Shared Services, Ms. Siobhan Oakley, Executive Director, Social Inclusion, and Mr. Mitchell Hardy, General Manager, Sport and Recreation, Strategic Infrastructure.
Thank you, Minister. I will invite you to make a brief opening statement. I will then call for questions relating to the statement. The committee will then consider any whole of government, budget and fiscal strategy related questions before moving on to output-specific questions. During that process, I'll invite the Shadow Minister to ask their questions first, followed by committee members. Finally, other participating members may ask questions. The committee has agreed that other members may join in on a line of questioning pursued by a Shadow Minister rather than waiting for the end of the Shadow's questioning on the output. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement in regards to the Department of People, Sport and Culture?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. It gives me great pleasure to speak to my portfolio responsibilities as Minister for People, Sport and Culture, Veterans, Disability, Youth, Seniors and Equality, Arts and Multicultural Affairs. I would open my comments by reflecting on the creation of this department, and can I say from the outset that it is one of that I'm very proud to serve on behalf of Territorians. Collectively, this department is focused on doing our part to enable the Northern Territory government to deliver on our commitments to restore our lifestyle, rebuild our economy, and reduce crime. Although we each take responsibility for the variety of work being done in the other key pillars, as a Minister for People, Sport and Culture, my brief is clear: restoring the Territory's lifestyle. As one of the newly created agencies, People, Sport and Culture is dedicated to fostering an inclusive, vibrant and healthy community for all Territorians. It promotes active lifestyles through accessible sport and recreation programs, encourages engagement and participation in arts and cultural initiatives, and supports creative expression. The department ensures that people of all abilities, including those with disabilities, as well as diverse backgrounds and identities, have equitable opportunities to connect, engage, and thrive in the Northern Territory's social, cultural, and recreational life. It delivers programs for all Territorians across various sectors, including veterans, disability, seniors, gender equality, sport and recreation, arts and culture, multicultural affairs, youth, concessions, and libraries and archives. Chair, you could safely say we have the Territory community covered. To do this all from one department is actually the first step, realizing the election commitment of restoring our lifestyle. This time last year, at the estimates hearing, saw 4 separate ministers dealing with the portfolio responsibilities that are a natural fit together as People, Sport and Culture. I look forward to dealing with each area under its specific output. However, in lieu of not providing an opening statement each time, we'll outline some of the key initiatives under each area. Chair, this government is committed to ensuring veterans and their families get the support and receive the services they need. We are therefore continuing to deliver on our annual investment of $850,000 in Operation Thrive and the Northern Territory's first Defence Veteran Strategy. Operation Thrive supports veterans and their families with transition, employment and education, health and well-being, and respect and recognition. Under this program, we have funded multiple initiatives including veteran health and well-being grants, veteran community grants, and a range of projects that support employment and mental health outcomes for veterans and their families. I am advised on veteran-related matters by the Northern Territory Veterans Affairs Ministerial Advisory Committee. Chair, this government is investing 141 million in the 2025-26 budget to support disability services in the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory government funds about 1/3 of the National Disability Insurance Scheme costs in the Northern Territory, a contribution of around 125 million each year, and is committed to making the NDIS work well for Territorians living with a disability. This includes supporting NDIS participants to access their plans and ensuring more choice of providers. Ongoing funding of 11.5 million per year has been allocated to maintain the Northern Territory's financial contribution to the NDIS, addressing the shortfall from 2024-25 onwards, following the end of Australian Government Disability Care Australia fund payments. The number of participants with an approved NDIS plan continues to grow with an increase of 380 NDIS participants as of 31st March 2025 compared to 2023-24. Chair, this government is continuing to deliver on the Northern Territory Disability Strategy, which are guiding the Territory in its approach to the development and delivery of services, policies, and programs for people with disability. The second action plan, 2025-2029, under the strategy is under development and will be released later this year, signifying our government's ongoing commitment to better support and improve the lives of Territorians with disability. We continue to work with other Northern Territory government agencies as well as our state and territory colleagues to respond to the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability and the review of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. An additional $120,000 in ongoing funding has been allocated to ensure face-to-face Auslan interpreting services remain available in the Northern Territory, supporting the recommendations of the Disability Royal Commission. Chair, we are investing in programs and services which celebrate, recognize, and create opportunities for all Territorians, no matter what their lived experience is: women, men, seniors, young people, LGBTQIA+SB communities, to have a voice and actively engage in the community. Our government remains committed to creating a safe and inclusive community. In the coming year, we will be developing a Northern Territory gender equality strategy to provide an overarching, long-term, intersectional approach to creating a fairer and more inclusive Northern Territory. This government is committed to reducing gender-based violence with an investment in 2025-26 of $250,000 and a $125,000 ongoing from 2026-27 to support prevention activities. This funding will support these activities through discrete projects and a small grant programs such as Men's Places grants. Through community grants and sponsorships, we are investing over $700,000 in programs and activities that seek to address gender inequalities experienced by Territorians and address systemic barriers that underpin these inequalities. These grants support events such as International Women's Day, International Men's Day, Pride, and 𝙍𝙀𝙑𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬 Day. The grants also support in services such as NT Working Women Center and activities such as LGBTI Living Well program, and as just mentioned, Men's Places programs. Young people play a vital role in our community, and we are investing in the energy, creativity, and leadership of young Territorians. Through the NT Youth Strategy, we are seeking to build safer, healthier, and more connected communities for young people. We are empowering our youth through the NT Youth Roundtable and NT Youth Week, providing a platform for them to advise government on what matters to them and offer solutions to issues that impact them. This year, $8.1 million is being invested in the Regional Youth Services Program, delivering local after-hours services, safe transport, and school holiday programs across 6 regions. Our government is investing in the future and well-being of young people in Darwin. We have started community consultation around the proposed location of the Youth Hub at Liania Recreation Park to enhance accessibility for young people, strengthen community connections, and offer engaging spaces. Chair, although I am sure there will be questions coming in the first output, I can report as at today that in just under 2 weeks of being opened in the Have Your Say feedback online, there have been nearly 500 visits to the page and nearly 25 submissions. Chair, the senior Territorians are some of our most valued and respected members of our community. And over the next 10 years, the Territory seniors population over the age of 65 is estimated to grow to be over 35,000. Ensuring they are safe, healthy, and provided with opportunities to increase their quality of life is essential and something this government is focused on. To help inform our government's response to seniors' issues, I take advice from the Minister's Advisory Council for Senior Territorians, which meet regularly throughout the year. The Council provides me with high-level and strategic advice on issues of importance to seniors to improve policy outcomes, providing a link between the government and the seniors community. This government remains committed to ensuring that the voices of our senior citizens are heard and their needs are met with compassion and dignity. In 2024-25, we have funded Council of the Aging NT, Darwin Community Legal Service, Association of Independent Retirees Northern Territory, and Pensioners Workshops. From 2025-26, $300,000 in the older persons abuse space will see funding for another 3 years to continue the successful older persons abuse outreach model, as well as 2 new grants to support World Elder Abuse Awareness Day and a program to support one-off grants for services and events to help prevent and respond to older persons abuse, especially in regional and remote areas. In 2025-26, we will provide over $63,000 in funding under the Seniors Month Grant Program to support community organizations so that they can celebrate our seniors through events and activities. This government values the strengths and positive contributions of multiculturalism to the social and economic life of the territory. We recognize that a significant part of the territory's success is built on the tenacity, skills, and entrepreneurship of our multicultural communities. We are committed to ensuring that everyone has a sense of belonging and feels valued and empowered to participate in community life. We will develop a new long-term strategy for multicultural Territorians that is aligned to the priorities of restoring the territory's lifestyle and rebuilding the economy. We are investing more than $2.5 million in 2025-26 for grants to support programs, events, and activities that celebrate and support our multicultural communities and improve and upgrade multicultural facilities. We are investing in and strengthening our regions. It is our commitment to establish a multi-purpose multicultural facility in Catherine so that multicultural communities there can celebrate and share their cultural heritage with the broader community. We have committed $1.5 million to deliver this promise. Chair, our government is investing $39 million in arts and culture to enrich our territory lifestyle and to support the creative and cultural lives of Territorians. We are continuing to invest $8 million through the Arts Grants Program to support our artists and art workers to create and showcase their work across all art forms and regions. We are providing long-term support and stability for 30 leading arts organizations with $25 million invested in 5-year agreements to develop our creative and cultural economy and support community participation in the arts. This government continues to celebrate and grow the creative talent of the Northern Territory through the annual meeting of arts professionals, Business Essentials Conference to showcasing excellence at the NT Performing Arts Awards. I look forward to launching the inaugural action plan of the NT Arts Strategy 2034 in the second half of 2025 as a roadmap designed to guide and energize the Northern Territory's arts and creative industries through practical actions that grow the arts, support jobs, and inspire the territory. This government is investing in creating and maintaining quality infrastructure to support and showcase our arts and cultural practices and enhance local and visitor experiences. We have secured funding of $2.5 million a year ongoing for the Museum and Art Gallery of the Northern Territory to activate its facilities across the territory and engage Territorians in our rich and vibrant historical, cultural, and scientific collections. We continue to fund the Araluan Art Center, which operates as the cultural, visual, and performing arts hub in Alice Springs, hosting 13 exhibitions over the year, including the National 2024 Archibald Prize exhibition. I was thrilled to present the Young Archies Awards in April 2025. The Young Archies celebrated our young territory artists with 151 submissions to the award, which are on the display alongside some of Australia's most prestigious portrait artists. The Department of People, Sport and Culture is partnering with the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure, as well as community stakeholders, to maintain and deliver infrastructure upgrades that showcase our vibrant arts and culture across the regions. In 2024-25, this government continued to support the $30 million Arts Trail Gallery Extension Program and the completion of 3 upgrades to community-owned arts centers in 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙑𝘖𝙀, Tennant Creek, and Catherine, supporting arts and cultural activity and enhancing cultural tourism in our regions. I was very proud to attend opening of the $7.6 million upgrade for the 𝙍𝙬𝙖𝙔𝙍𝙐 Rivers Arts and Culture Center in April 2025, as well as the official opening and naming ceremony of the Bellang T.E. Lewis Amphitheatre. In July 2025, we anticipate the official opening of the new 𝙍𝙀𝙍𝙍𝙍 Culture and Arts Center, as well as the completion and handover to the 𝙍𝙀𝙍𝙍𝙍 Council Aboriginal Corporation of the 10 million upgrades to the Ninka Nunu Art and Culture Center in Tennant Creek. Budget 2025-26 provides $4 million to complete the design and construction of upgrades to the 𝙍𝙀𝙍𝙍𝙍 Mulka Center in Yirrkala and the Maningrida Arts and Culture Center and Museum to support strong culture and art practices and share the visitors and the wider community. Libraries strengthen communities and are a vital hub which encourage lifelong learning, literacy, and an appreciation of culture and creativity. Archives collect, preserve, and make available historical material that helps us understand the past and make decisions for today. Importantly, both provide free access to resources that everyone can enjoy. Library and Archives NT is the premier public research library and archival organization of the Northern Territory, dedicated to creating connections with and for communities and to being a trusted steward of territory memory and history. In addition to providing services to the public through 3 facilities in Darwin and Alice Springs, the Library and Archives also provides support to 31 public libraries across the Northern Territory, including remote and regional areas. The 2025-26 budget is investing $11.3 million in Library and Archives NT, which has recently relocated its library services to Danala, the Charles Darwin Education and Community Precinct in Darwin City. This relocation was completed in March 2025. The co-location of the Library and Archives NT and the Charles Darwin University creates a unique lifelong learning environment spanning early childhood to tertiary study and adult learning, and enables partnership opportunities to drive the generation of new knowledge about the territory. The new space is home to Library and Archives, NT's long-term exhibition, meeting ground, the Territory Encounters, which showcases historical and contemporary stories of people and places that have helped shape the Northern Territory. Library and Archives NT's new home is a more modern and usable space, and with increased accessibility, new programs and purposeful facilities, including dedicated spaces for children and school activities, we are confident visitors will enjoy all it has to offer. I encourage everyone, if you have not already, to visit the new library and experience the new services and spaces it offers. Sport is synonymous with the Northern Territory lifestyle and has always been an integral part of territory life. With shifting social patterns giving rise to the active participation and a diverse population and unique natural environment, the territory has a real opportunity to maximize participation. We are continuing to support the sport and active recreation sector through investment, training, and development of programs and infrastructure. The partnerships that are created with peak sporting bodies, regional councils, and community organizations help to deliver quality programs and services that aid in creating healthy, active, and vibrant communities. The 2025-26 budget will invest over $45 million in our sports to ensure all Territorians can be active members in their communities. Key initiatives include investment of $7.7 million in support of our peak sporting bodies, industry support organizations, and active recreation program organizations to strengthen the industry, support participation, and ensure vibrant community sport and active recreation can take place in a safe, inclusive manner. Implementation of a revised regional and remote funding model in partnership with local government, the sport and recreation sector, and local providers to better support local initiatives for more sport and recreation activity in regional and remote communities. Continued delivery of the urban sport voucher scheme to young people between the ages of 5 to 18 years of age enrolled in school to help reduce the cost of participating in organized sport, recreation, and cultural activities. Continued delivery of the Learn to Swim voucher scheme for young people between the ages of 0 to 5 years not enrolled in school to learn valuable water safety skills. Continued partnership with the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure, local government, regional councils, and other key stakeholders to deliver and manage infrastructure that improves availability and accessibility for all Territorians to participate in regular lifelong sport and recreation. Establishment of a dedicated Paralympic Pathways Unit to further drive opportunities for all abilities athletes development through the Northern Territory Sports Academy. Continued support for our young athletes through the Northern Territory Sports Academy through its Open Futures programs emphasizing personal growth, athletic development, and pathway opportunities. The Northern Territory government has committed $2 million over 4 years to NT Cricket to support Aboriginal participation in sport programs across the Northern Territory. This investment delivers on the Northern Territory government's election commitment to grow Aboriginal participation in sport, create local employment opportunities, and enable localized program delivery across the Territory. The Northern Territory government continues to partner with sports to bring the best of international sport to the Territory through our commitment to the return of the international cricket and the Hockey Oceania Cup, which will contribute to our international and trade relations whilst providing valuable economic and social return to the Territory. This government, through strong partnerships with the Australian Sports Commission and the Australian Olympic and Paralympic committees, continue to support our best athletes, coaches, and officials through the valuable services of the Northern Territory Sports Academy, and we were pleased with the uplift of funding received to support these programs from these Commonwealth bodies. As we are all aware, having well-maintained and accessible sporting facilities plays a major role in Territorians' lifestyle to participate in sport and attend events. This government is in the process of delivering a master plan for the Marara Sporting Precinct, along with a commitment towards upgrading community infrastructure for the Tracy Village Sporting Precinct, Woodruff Oval, and in Alice Springs at Centralian Middle School. And of course, I couldn't finish my opening statement and be talking about sport without acknowledging the fact our national team, the Socceroos, have again qualified for the World Cup yesterday. In closing, we have made significant investment across the sector and will continue our efforts in this space in 2025-26. I wish to acknowledge the hard work the department undertakes every day to support and invest in our people and communities. The work of my portfolios help to build a stronger, safer, and more inclusive Territory where everyone has the opportunity to contribute and succeed, helping to reduce crime, rebuild our economy, and restore the lifestyle we all cherish. Thank you. I'll now take the questions.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the Minister's opening statement? Yeah. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the opening statement. Minister, I refer to written question 80 of this parliament. Why did you blatantly ignore the 30-day deadline to respond to the written questions and only cough up the answers the day of your hearing, robbing the parliament of the opportunity to properly scrutinise your portfolio?
Thank you, Chair. So I don't think the response was actually went today. So it was went earlier this week. So you received it only today?
We only received it today via email, but it's gone over the time period of 30 days. So I'm asking why you haven't allowed us to properly scrutinise your portfolio, given I believe the written question was written on the 8th of April. I believe that's over 60 days late, more than double the time.
So, through Chair, thank you, Member for Daly, for the question. So we already answered a similar question early in the year, and this was like a follow-up question. And we want to make sure, like we're going to provide accurate information because of the mock changes. There were like some information we were working on. So we make sure like that's clear, and then the right information is coming across to you.
Thank you, Chair. But given that it is supposed to be in that 30-day period, I do question, why it was dumped last minute after sitting on them for 2 months, considering you're talking about it being a government of being open and transparent, or is this just another tactic to avoid public accountability?
So, Chair, I think I already answered that question.
I agree. The Minister's already answered the question. Do you have any other questions?
I do, because I don't believe the premise of his questions, because what we have is we have Leah Finocchiaro, the Chief Minister, we have Bill Yan, and we have Jared Maley being given written questions, and then all on the same day that they're in front of the hearing, then put those questions. So I don't believe the answer you've given. So is it that, is the delay come from your office? Has it come from the department? Has it come from the Chief Minister's office, or has it come from you personally?
So I'm not sure like what are the information that the member for Daly receives, but the answer goes with my signature. So it comes from my office and it's my response.
So you were given the written question within the 30 days from the department. So you're suggesting that you've sat on that after that time?
I already answered this question, so I don't know why.
You haven't answered the question because you said you signed off on it. So when did you sign off on it?
Member for Daly, I believe that the Minister has answered the question. Can we move on from this line of questioning, please?
He has not answered the question at all. It's pretty clear going from the Chief Minister, from the Deputy Chief Minister, from the Treasurer, that they're being given written questions. Then, on the day of the hearing, that they're released it after the time period's lapse of 30 days, and then you're coming in here saying, oh, yep, I've received it. So is that sitting in your office for 30 days? And where did you give those instructions from? Was it from the Chief Minister, the department, or yourself?
I already said the response, and I'm not going to make any amendments to that.
Minister, through the chair, this is about accountability. The public, we deserve as the opposition to hold the government to account. Your policy position throughout the last election has been about being transparent, being accountable to the public. We get these questions, we write you the questions. So are you suggesting that you just disregard the respect of a democratic right, that people should have the right to know
Member
the answer
for
when we
Daly,
have
I'm just going to
questions?
stop you there with some imputations there. The purpose of estimates is to put questions around operations and financial accountability for the Minister and the department. Can you please move on with your line of questioning?
So through the chair, that's exactly what we've done. We have put written questions which allow that 30-day period, so we're able to then look at the answers and then scrutinise the department. So the Minister has dropped the question on the day, including with the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister and the Treasurer. So it seems like there's a coordinated approach from the government to do this. So
Member
we
for
want to know.
Daly,
We're
Member for
trying
Daly,
to.
I'm just going to interrupt you one more time. I've already asked you to move on from this line of questioning. I will put you on a warning if you don't move on from this line of questioning, please.
Again, showing that you don't want to be transparent and don't allow us to be able to ask questions on behalf of the public. It's disappointing coming from the CLP government, considering that that was your election platform. Was there anything you wanted to add, Minister?
So I have a department with broadens up to almost like all the population. So I wish like you will take this opportunity to what are the options and I think our opportunities for the Territorians that we are invest rather than sticking on to one thing which I already answered and then taking the precious time of everyone.
It's the precious time is for Territorians. Like, they have a right to be able to scrutinise the government, and you've clearly come in and delayed that by dropping it on the day.
Member for Daly.
So
Member for Daly.
these are the facts, Chair. Like,
Member, I'm putting you on a warning. Member for Daly, I consider your conduct to be disorderly. I've already warned you once to move on from this line of questioning, and I warn that if you persist, I will order you to withdraw from the hearings under paragraph 12 of the Assembly's resolution establishing this committee.
Can I ask a follow-on from that then? Because I didn't quite understand the answer, and I would like to know. You said, sorry, that so there was a delay. It's supposed to be in 30 days, and there was a delay in answering. We've just got them today. But you said you're the final one to sign off on it. So did they come to you and then you had them for another 30 days? What was the actual reason for the delay?
So I'm unable to talk about the internal processes within the department. But what I am said is about like I signed it 2 days ago at least. And when I was clear with all the answers, and if it's so, you're saying like you received it only this morning.
Yeah, we're kind of.
No, is it like you received it this morning, or you think that you received it only this morning?
Yeah, well, this morning. Yep.
So I already answered that question. I can't say anything further on that.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think it's like appropriate for us? Like, do you think that's a good time frame? Like, is that? Do you think that's a fair enough amount of time for us to scrutinise those answers?
So if you actually, if you actually look onto the previous questions that came to me back in December and the response provided in the earlier, and to make a comparison, I don't think that there was no much additional information. It was about like the changes, and based on my response, I already informed that this was sent out like in the last 2 days.
Just as the Chair, I'm just going to take the floor for a second. I would just like to move on from this line of questioning. I believe the Minister has answered the questions. Is there any further questions? Member for Daly.
Thank you. Through the Chair. Minister, moving on to the Aboriginal Art Gallery in Alice Springs, who did you consult with before downgrading this project?
So that's not part of the output and part of my portfolio responsibility. So you can talk to the relevant or ask the relevant minister.
Who's that?
Minister Carl. Minister Carl. Robin Carl.
What would that portfolio sit under for her? Because you are the Minister for Arts.
Trade and business, because it's about the planning. So once it's been done, the project is completed, it will come across based on the process, and that's what normally it happens. So at this point in time, it's a major project, and it comes under trade and business.
Thank you, Minister. Does that also go for the State Square Gallery?
The project currently sits, because this is in the phase of construction, that sits with Minister Yan, which you had the opportunity already yesterday to raise if there was any question.
So would that include, Minister, the EOI process? Who would that sit with yourself? Or so what is your responsibilities, I suppose I'm asking, over the State Square Art Gallery? Where does that sit within your responsibility as Minister? If you could break that down so we can answer the right questions.
When it comes to the operational model, yes, it sits with me, and the planning and operation of the facility, because the funding goes from the Department of People, Sport and Culture, and the expression of interest is actually between four departments. Just give me a second.
Yep.
So in the EOI process, there will be 4 departments working together to work on a terms of reference. So that's the Department of People, Sport and Culture, Department of Logistics and Infrastructure, Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations, and Treasury and Finance.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So who made the decision to go to an EOI process for the art gallery? You just mentioned it sits under your department.
The Cabinet made the decision. Cabinet made the decision.
Thank you. How many, through the Chair, Minister, how many EOIs have you received to date?
So it's in the, I already answered that earlier, that we are in the process of developing a terms of reference to put out an EOI. So without putting out an EOI, we are unable to receive any expression of interest.
Thank you, Minister, for that. Given this project was listed as a priority project for growing the Darwin economy by the Darwin Major Business Group, did you consult with them before making... Oh, sorry, I'll leave that out. Did you want to ask any questions, Kat? Oh, sorry, Justine, it was, sorry.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for appearing today. Minister, you said in your opening statement we have the NT community covered and that you want to ensure equitable opportunities to connect and thrive for all Territorians. Given your ministerial responsibility to promote inclusion, equity and understanding across diverse communities, how do your views on Charles Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest, as expressed in the chamber, inform your decision-making, in particular in relation to disability, multicultural affairs and racial equity?
I'm just going to intervene there because you're actually asking for an expression of opinion. I'm just wondering if you have a question around the operations and financial state of the department.
Well, what measures are in place to ensure that the decision-making you make in relation to the budget for your portfolio are not, those views aren't perpetuated as part of that decision-making?
So again, it's a hypothetical question which I can't answer.
Minister, obviously you are in a role where you're making significant policy decisions. You're making decisions about the delivery of services. You've made some very clear statements about what informs that decision-making. I'm asking how, on behalf of the community, how we can know that how those views are going to affect that decision-making.
Thanks, Member for Johnston. So I would recommend you take this question to the next sitting of the Parliament where you can ask that question, because this is a budget and estimate process and I prefer to stick on with the outputs.
This is in relation to the outputs we're looking at. Your portfolios are people, sport and culture, disability, youth, seniors and equality, multicultural affairs. You know, for example, when you said in Parliament not all people can do the same things, that's not wrong, that's nature. Are these the views of the direction of the portfolio? Is this consistent with the policy of the department? Isn't that statement at odds with public service principles of equity? How is that informing the decision-making of your portfolio and of you as a minister?
Point of order, I think we're getting beyond, it's still going to opinion sharing.
It's entirely around what is informing the policy. I think that's
I'll just get you to stay silent, Member for Nightcliff. I'm just going to seek some advice on this one. I agree with the point of order. I think that we need to move on from this line of questioning and stick to the purpose of estimates, which is around the operational and financial capacity around the departments, please.
I accept that ruling, but I think that people have a right to know what's shaping the decision-making around policy and spending for the Northern Territory. So I'm very disappointed by it. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, Member for Daly.
Yep, thank you. Just back to the State Art Gallery, Minister. Sorry, the State Square Art Gallery. Has there been... the State Square Art Gallery has been built as fit for purpose to be an art gallery. How do you imagine a different operator will be able to make a purpose-built art gallery work as something else?
So again, as part of the terms of reference, there will be information that's going to be factored in and put out to the proponents, and then they can make a decision on that. Again, like I can't comment on that without seeing the terms of reference, which is currently under development.
Thank you, Minister. Have you consulted with the creative industry sector?
So as I said earlier, so this was a decision of the Cabinet that we made, and we want to put it out on an EOI to invite opportunities from all the sectors out there to come and put their bids on what they want to do it in that purpose facility. So again, like I can't make a comment on that.
So you haven't consulted with the creative industry sector?
Not with this decision.
Thank you, Minister. Given this project was listed as a priority project for growing the Darwin economy by the Darwin Business Group, did you consult with them before making any decisions?
So again, when we came to the government, so the budget for this project was around like 47 million, which blew out all the way up to 143 million. And that clearly shows that there was no clear vision on how to build and operate a facility. And there was no budget factored in for the operations as well. So that was the reason why we are going out for an EOI. And through that process, we will be able to make our next decision.
Thank you, Minister. And just going back to it being put out to a private operator, Minister, through the Chair, do you agree with the Chief Minister that you'll put a lock on the door of the art gallery if you can't get a private contractor?
I think this is not a forum for my opinion.
Operator?
This is not a forum to ask about my opinion. So I would really ask you to ask the questions which is related to the budget.
Member for Daly, as per
it is-
Standing Order 109, we're not asking for expressions of opinion through this process. If you could move on, please.
Well, I mean, the Chief Minister did make comment about putting a lock on the door if they can't find a private operator. So
Your question to the Minister was specifically around whether or not he had an opinion on that. So if we could move on, please.
Well, I think it's important for the public to know whether if the government can't get a private operator, what would be the next steps from the Minister? Would you be locking it up like the Chief Minister suggested?
Again, I believe that this process is around like I think questions about my opening remark, but what you're referring is something completely different. So I don't know how you see that.
Because it sits within your portfolio responsibilities. You are the Arts Minister, and the Chief Minister has suggested that if they can't find a private operator, that it will just be locked up. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of...
Point of order,
Member-
I think we're
If you
getting
can't
into
find a private
hypotheticals.
operator, what?
Member for Daly, you're going into hypothetical situations again. Can we move on from this line of questioning, please?
This came from the Chief Minister.
Yeah, but it's a hypothetical around what might happen with the building. So if you could move on, please.
So you don't have a plan, a second plan, third plan, fourth plan?
The Minister has already identified that it doesn't sit in his portfolio until it actually becomes a building that sits in his portfolio. So can we please move on from the line of questioning?
Thank you. Did you consult with anyone before it went out to a private operator?
So that's a decision made by the Cabinet about the expression of interest process.
Thank you. Minister, do you agree that Territorians would rather see jails being built rather than galleries, which are key contributors to tourism in the Northern Territory?
Again, Member for Daly, you're asking the Minister for an opinion on this matter. Please put a question that relates to the estimates or operations of the department.
Thank you. Through the chair, given you've scrapped the State Square Art Gallery and downgraded the Aboriginal Art Gallery in Alice Springs and have no plan for growing the arts sector, are you at least going to re-establish the Creative Industry Advisory Council so you can get some decent advice on how to grow this significant economic sector? As I believe, the Minister, you haven't met with them since being in government.
So I do not agree with the first part of the question, but on the second part about the creative arts, I think we are working through the art strategy, and that will be part of the strategy to develop a arts advisory council. That's part of the. So I do not agree with the first part of the question. And when it comes to the specific question about the Creative Arts Strategy Advisory Council, I'll be looking forward to establish a Arts Strategy Advisory Council.
So you won't be re-establishing a Creative Industry Advisory Council, because I understand there is one established, but you haven't yet met with them?
So I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond to that question.
Good afternoon, Samantha Livesley, CEO, Department of People, Sport and Culture. The Creative Industries Ministerial Advisory Council completed their tenure last year, and so we've got plans underway with the Northern Territory Arts Strategy to establish a new advisory council for the arts and creative industries, and that will happen in the second half of this year.
Do you have a time frame when that would happen in the second half of the year? Like
Not at
a
this
month
stage.
or a date? Or
No.
have you, so you've started that process of who would form that committee or
We've
that
started the
advisory
process
group?
of how we'd go out to recruit, to promote, to get expressions of interest and applications for people to be on the committee.
And that's public?
Not yet. No, we're doing the process internally. We haven't gone out to the public for expressions of interest yet.
When will that go out?
In the second half of this year. So we're hoping in the third quarter.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, Minister, when it comes to community groups you're personally involved with and are a member of, how do you manage your conflicts of interest when it comes to grant decisions? Are you signing off on those grants? If not, who is?
So I am part of a member of the Darwin Malayali Association. I used to be the previous president of that association as well. So whenever there was any information regarding that, I always forward it on to the Chief Minister. And if my memory is right, she signed the last 2 letters for them.
Are there any further questions? Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you. Hello, Minister. So recently there's been a large community outcry about the recent death of a man, Kumanjai White, a man with disabilities, who was, I think this is how I say it, allegedly killed in police custody. The family and others in the community have been vocal in their questions and concerns about the level and appropriateness of his care. He was in residential care and on NDIS. As a Minister for Disability, why haven't you made any statements on this high-profile death of a person with disabilities in police custody?
So there is it's a very unfortunate incident happened in the community. And when it comes to the investigation process and other things, and also the information that I have available was only through the media. So that's the reason why I didn't want to make any statement based on what I'm receiving. And because I haven't been received like a formal brief from any of the NDIS providers, for example, that he was caring for, no one has informed me that this is what actually occurred, or there was no circumstances. So without knowing any of those, there was a limitation on me to make any statement.
So have you, instead of just waiting for them to brief you, have you reached out to any of the organisations that were taking care of him? Are you going to look at doing some kind of investigation into the care or in the sector?
Again, like, how is this question related to my opening statement? That's what I'm asking, like.
I'm just asking because, look, all the other ministers so far have opening statements have been very broad to their ministry. We ask questions around things relating to their portfolios. You as a Minister for Disability, this is a very high-profile thing that the community is very interested in. So I'm interested in, and people have questions around the lack of statement from you, and so there are questions around that as a man. I'm finishing what I'm saying. I'm finishing what I'm saying as a person who has died in the community with disabilities, and there are a lot of questions. That's why I'm asking you.
Point of order. We can't talk about criminal investigation.
I'm not asking about the investigation into what actually happened. I'm asking as a man with disabilities who has died recently in the community. So will you be making any investigations or asking for any briefings from the sector on this case or on his?
So thank you. So through Chair, so what I can comment is about like the investigation is underway, and this is an NDIS service, and we don't fund or oversee. And also, if you had listened to my opening statement, what I said there was about like we provide 1/3 of the contribution to the NDIS to fund the service. So there is no direct responsibility as Minister for Disability to any organization operating in the territory. So, like if you look into it further, you'll be able to understand.
Okay, but you still are responsible for people with disabilities, right? That's your ministry. So just because you don't directly fund NDIS, are you saying you're not responsible for people with disabilities and their issues generally?
Again, through Chair, like I don't want Member for Nycliffe to represent me and make any comment and trying to put any leading sentences, because I don't feel that that's appropriate, especially when there is like a hard issue in the community and there is an investigation underway, and I made my stance clear. So I will be responsible for the disability services and the governance when it comes to the policy direction, and I'll be working along with my federal and other state and territory ministers along with the NDIS and the disability policy directions. But when it comes to the other matters, I won't make any further comment.
Okay. Can I just ask one final question then? Will you be, so I've asked sort of have you and why haven't you, will you as a Minister for Disabilities be making any public statements about this high-profile death of a man with disabilities who was in police custody, died in police custody?
If there is a point in time, I'm going to receive all the information, then at that point, I'll make that decision.
Okay, thank you. But you're not actively seeking any information. Is that what you said? Just to clarify.
Again, I said that this is an investigation underway, and I don't think that it's appropriate for a minister to reach in and trying to find information when there is an investigation going.
Okay.
Are there any further questions on the opening statement?
Yes.
Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, just moving on to your portfolio responsibility of people, and just in particular to social inclusion, what proportion of funding has been allocated to multicultural affairs, seniors, youth, veterans affairs, gender equity and diversity? And for all those, can I please be provided a breakdown?
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, so we are moving on to the output 1.1.1 or still on the opening statement?
We can still ask these questions within the opening statement. You did touch on every part of your portfolio responsibility, so yeah.
And I'm happy to provide the answer. I don't have any issue with that.
Thank you.
So by program, through the Office of Veterans Engagement and Support, it's 1.149. Office of the Senior Territorians, it's $886,000. Office of the Multicultural Affairs, $3.2 million. Office of the Youth Affairs, $1.2 million. Regional Youth Services, $9.3 million. Office of Gender Equity and Diversity, $1.5 million. In total, $17.4 million.
Thank you. Was it Veteran Affairs? Sorry, I might have missed that. Was Veteran Affairs? Are you able to repeat that?
1.1 million.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Can you provide a breakdown of FTE staffing by level in this output?
So I'm happy to take that question on notice because we have only at the agency level, not breakdown at the each of those areas.
No problem. Thank
Member
you.
for Daly, can you please restate the question for the record?
Thank you. Through the chair, can you provide a breakdown of FTE staffing by level in this output?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked by the member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.1. Are there any further questions on the opening statement?
Do you want to go? We'll go to the outputs. We'll go to output one.
The committee now consider the estimates of proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2025-26 as they relate to the Department of People, Sport and Culture. Are there any agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies?
Are we on output one?
No, not yet. Okay, no questions. That concludes consideration of agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. The committee will now move on to Output Group 1 People, Output 1.1 Social Inclusion. Are there any questions? Member for Arafura?
Thank you, Chair. So I've got questions related to Veterans Affairs. How many current and former serving veterans are currently living in the Territory?
So when it comes to currently serving, around 5,000 veterans and ex-serving around 5,000.
Thank you, Minister. How many times has your office met with ex-service organisations to identify their priorities and programs ahead of the budget being developed?
So that's, sorry. So the question is around, can you repeat the question again?
How many times has your office met with ex-service organisations to identify priorities and programs ahead of this budget being developed? Have you got that 1.1 million bucket? Have you met and discussed that with?
No, I got like a ministerial advisory committee, and the question that I'm trying to understand is about, like, you're asking about how many organizations that we have met. So I don't have the numbers, like myself, for the department meeting, but the department...
You want to take it on notice?
Yep.
So the advice I received is that that's the part of the day-to-day business of the staff member of the department.
So you meet with them daily? Is that what you're saying?
It's not the department. The question's around your office.
Oh, sorry.
Minister, would you like
Which
to
you
take the
should have
question on notice?
You should have a record of it. I'm assuming you'd have a calendar invite and a diary.
And I'm happy to take the question on notice because I'm sure, like, we met with a lot of organizations, but I don't have the numbers with me at the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Member for Arafura, please restate the question for the record.
How many, Minister, how many times has your office met with ex-service organisations to identify priorities and programs ahead of this budget being developed?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked by the member for Arafura of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.2. Are there any further questions?
Yep.
Member for Arafura.
Minister, can you explain why you think it's appropriate as the Minister for Veterans to be quoting Nazi rhetoric? You did that at last sittings.
So it's not part of this output.
Well, you're the minister. I'm just trying to get your rationale around that.
Okay.
I don't think it's an appropriate question to be asking during the estimates hearings. You're asking for an expression of opinion about something that was said previously. I think we should move on from this question.
Well, you know, we're just quoting what he said.
So it's not appropriate
Sorry,
what the minister's
Chair, I
said,
have
so
to
we're just
inform
trying to
that
get...
this is all incorrect information that been searched, and whatever I search is said in the parliament. So there is a hand search, and people can go and look. Yeah.
Sorry, Minister.
Yeah. No, I think if you want to quote from the Hansard, yes, it's appropriate, but I think what you quoted is your version, which is incorrect.
Yeah, I think there's an inference that and I've read the Hansard, the way that it's stated
Well, we
in Hansard
understand.
is not being correctly.
Do you disagree
referred
that
to
wasn't a Nazi?
Point of
I think
order, can we stick to the outputs, please?
You're looking for an expression of
We're looking
opinion
for
through this.
rationale.
I'd like to move on from this line of questioning, please.
We are disgusted by
So
it.
can
We
I
just want
please make a
rationale.
comment? So the rationale was during the last sitting of the parliament, there were like 3 times the member of the oppositions made reference to the 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙑𝘎𝙎𝙎 youth hub, completely telling lies. And what I made the inference was telling lies again and again will not make a lie truth. That's all I searched. And again, coming on this forum and trying to take that sentence and twisting again, it's again like telling another lie. That's all I can comment.
Okay, I've got a follow-up question.
Yeah,
on
I'd
that.
like to move on from this line of questioning. If this continues, I will put you on a warning. So
Okay,
please move on.
Thank you. I've got a follow-up question from that, though, because it's not a misquote. Who you quoted was a Nazi. And so there are general questions around how you, as a policy under the Minister for Social Inclusion and Veterans, how is it appropriate for the person responsible for social inclusion, veterans, these kind of people, to be quoting a Nazi on the floor of Parliament?
Member for Nightcliff, I would like to move on from this line of questioning.
I know
It
you
is
would
not
like to move on
appropriate.
because
You're asking for opinion
You're
and
trying to
expression.
protect him. He's
Member
not
for
a baby, he's
Nightcliff.
a minister. He can answer the
Member for
question.
Nightcliff.
Chair speaking, please, member for Nightcliff.
Sorry, continue, Chair.
We will move on from this line of questioning, or you will be put on a warning.
Okay, I'm good.
Chair?
Member for Johnson, just a warning, if you do continue with this line of questioning, you will also be put on a warning.
I'm willing to take that risk, Chair. Estimates is one of the few forums where ministers are directly held to account. It's our opportunity to test how public money is spent, what values underpin government decisions, whether policy is delivering for the people that it's here to serve, and preventing scrutiny of the minister's public views, the minister who's making these decisions, particularly when those views may directly influence policy direction, in my view, fundamentally undermines the very purpose of estimates.
That's your opinion.
That's my,
That is your opinion for this. I think that we need to move on from this line of questioning because we're putting references that
I have
aren't
questions, but I've been told I can't ask them, so I'd be happy to ask
You
them.
can
if I
ask
could.
questions around the operations and the financial state of the Department of People, Sport and Culture. If you would like to continue on that line of referencing, we are currently in outpoint one, which is people. Thank you. Member for Arafura.
So the department created a new KPI. That's a new function to the department. So in this reporting period, I won't be able to make a comment on that. But when it comes to the next reporting period, I'll be able to make some comparison between this period to the next one, and will be able to answer.
Can I ask how much, what's the time frame with every reporting periods?
It's annually.
Next question. Budget 24 provided 2.6 million over 3 years for initiatives under the anti-defence veteran strategies, launched in 2023, with the allocated 850 to Operation Thrive in 24-25, BP3. How much of that was expended in the reporting period?
It's $201,000.
Sorry, turn that off. What transition, employment, and education opportunities for veterans were funded in the reporting period?
So when it comes to the reporting period, there is nothing to report, but after that, it's just waiting for the awaiting agreement from provider, which I can list those providers. RSL Australia, $69,538. Human Quotient Group, $104,500. And these both, we are awaiting agreement from provider to release the funding.
Thank you, Minister. What health and well-being services were funded in the reporting period? Health and well-being.
Thank you, Member for Arafura. So the organization that funded was Reeling Veterans, $10,000 for Shady Wellness Program, Northwest Mobile Force, Norforce Health and Wellbeing Initiative, reforming the Norforce OC rules team, Veterans Motorcycle Club Northern Territory Chapter for VMCMC NAGM Run 2025, Young Diggers Limited, $10,000. Veterans Australia NT expansion of current community building and social connections program, $2,500. Happy Post Happy Hearts Limited for veterans building social connections and well-being through training rescue dogs initiative, $10,000.
Thank you, Minister. What regional and remote services are being made available for veterans outside of the major centres?
So the grant programs are available territory-wide for anyone within the territory to apply.
Thank you, Minister.
Supplementary question?
Yep.
Follow-on questions?
Member for Cromer.
Yeah, just picking up on the discussion on veterans. I note there is funding allocated in the budget for the Scott Palmer Veterans Centre. This is federal funding, is that correct? And what is the status of that project, Minister?
Thank you, Member for Karama, for the question. So as part of the, it's October budget 2022-23, the Australian government announced funding of $3.6 million over 2 years to support planning, design and construction of the Scott Palmer Centre in Darwin. So the initiative was to include accommodation facility with an office space for veterans experience or who are at risk of experiencing homelessness in the Darwin region for up to 6 members of the community who are veterans. So at the moment, the Department of Veterans Affairs and Salvation Army in discussion with the Department of Lands and Planning, so Department of People, Sport and Culture, to identify a land appropriate, then submit like a application for the land and then go from there. So at this point, the discussions is happening between DVA and is it Salvation? Yeah, Salvation Army and Department of Lands and Planning and DPSC.
Are there any further questions? Yep. Member for Arafura, sorry.
Minister, how many times did the NT Veterans Affairs Ministerial Advisory Council meet in the reporting period?
So thank you, Member for Arafura, for the question. So I met the Advisory Council twice, but I'm not sure the second meeting was after 31st of March or not.
Thank you, Minister. What programs are being offered to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans?
So the program is open for all the members of the community.
No, yeah. What programs are offered? Is there anything separate specifically for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans?
So one of the programs that's on offer is the Northforce Health and Wellbeing Initiative, reforming the Northforce OC rules team. So that's the $10,000. And with all other programs, there may be most likely Indigenous or Aboriginal people participating in that who are veterans.
Similar question. What programs are being offered to support female veterans?
Thank you, Member for Arafura, for the question. So the one program, through the organization Human Quotient Group, co-work, co-apply program, facilitated community building and peer learning with child minding available for spouses of current and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force in Darwin and Katherine.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did just have one question going, just following on from questions from the member for Arafura. It was a few questions back. So it was just around in regards to regional and remote services that's available for veterans outside of major urban centres. I think you mentioned that there's a grant process in place that everyone across the territory can apply for. Do you have a list of who's been successful in those grant application? If you don't have it now, happy to take it on notice too.
I think I read out once. I'm happy to read it out again. So this both is it? So railing veterans, $10,000. Northwest Mobile Force, no Force, $10,000. Veterans Motorcycle Club NT Chapter, $10,000. Young Diggers Limited, $10,000. Veterans Australia NT, $2,500. Happy Post Happy Hertz Limited, $10,000. So the Road Fame Transport Hall of Fame in Alice Springs, $5,000. Women's Museum of Australia in Alice Springs, $10,000. In Katherine Network Tyndall, $10,000. So Soldier program, during this reporting period, it's $90,000 and amount approved is $100,000. For the GROW, the amount approved is $100,000 but not paid during the period specified. RSL Australia Queensland branch, $69,538, and we are awaiting for an agreement from the provider. Human Quotient Group, as I mentioned before, $104,500, and we are waiting for an agreement from the provider. So that's not paid during the specified period. Veterans Medical Group, $55,000, $55,700. Again, that's not specified in that time period. We are waiting for an agreement from the provider. RSL Darwin and RSL Alice Springs, $20,000 for RSL Darwin and $10,000 for RSL Alice Springs.
Are there any more questions on Outpoint 1?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Minister, can you advise under KPIs how you're measuring that you are achieving greater levels of social inclusion and multiculturalism?
Thank you, Member. Just give me some moment.
I do, just to give some context to the question, the KPIs that you do have here seem to be about how many events are held. I'm interested in how you actually measure any tangible outcomes in terms of the intent of your portfolio.
So just to ask the question again, so you're asking just about the multicultural or the all of the social inclusion?
I'm asking about all the social inclusion.
Thanks, Member for Johnson. I will pass it on to CEO to respond.
Good afternoon, Member for Johnston. Samantha Livesley, Chief Executive Officer. Yes, our reported performance data, as you have noted, is around a lot of our, it's focused on activity and the number of grants and events that we fund and deliver. But in terms of reporting on more broader social outcomes, mostly all the officers in the social inclusion area have whole of government strategies and action plans, of which we then monitor and report against each year across other government agencies and ourselves to achieve those actions and outcomes for those population groups that we represent.
Thank you. Could you give an example of what those outcomes in those action plans might be?
So there's an example, the Northern Territory Disability Strategy, and we have 3-year action plan under that. That is just, we're about to complete the first 3-year action plan and develop a new one. So across that, there's a range of actions across all of government, from agencies and our own department, as well as some local government and community groups. And what we do routinely is to meet with those key agencies and report progress against those.
Is there, do you have any mechanisms for measuring impact in terms of social inclusion in the community in general? I'm thinking particularly, as people may know, I'm often asking some questions on behalf of the member for Mooka, who has noted in Parliament many times that he feels like racism in the Northern Territory is increasing and has noted the impact of that. I'm wondering whether you have any way of measuring the impact of the work that this department's doing in relation to that.
Member Johnson, I would say not at this stage, but it is something that we're looking to do more broadly around a well-being and how we measure that social impact.
Thank you. And is that something that we would be able to be updated on? When might we expect to see something tangible in relation to that?
That's a broader piece of work that we would need to be doing with other agencies, so I really can't give a time frame on that at this stage.
Thank you.
Okay. Member for Kurrama.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, obviously the diversity and vibrancy of our multicultural community is one of the strengths of our territory. So I know there were questions around multicultural funding in the Parliament. Can you please expand a bit on that multicultural budget? And also, can you sort of give us a sense of what the grants are that are open to our multicultural community?
Point of order. I just wanted some clarity.
When
no, this is for the chair, not you. At the start, you said that opposition members and the crossbench had questions, but then people could come off the back of those certain questions. We were just talking about veterans, and then the government member has come in and asked a completely different question around multicultural affairs. So that goes against the ruling that you stated at the start, because it's not a question off the back of veterans. So I just want to get a ruling on that, Chair, because that's what was stated.
So we'd moved on. There was some questions around different areas of the portfolio.
But it didn't follow on from the veterans.
Neither did the question from the member for Johnson. So we've moved on from that area. I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kurrama. So for this financial year, so the Multicultural Affairs Grants Program is around like $2.55 million, which is an increase of $115,000 from last financial year. And So when it comes to the breakdown of that number, so the multicultural grant programs are $1.73 million. Multicultural community facilities grant programs for the community facilities development, it's $750,000. Harmony grants program, $57,000. Charles Seiki sponsorship, $15,000, and that's how it is all add up to $2.55 million altogether. So the Department of People, Sport and Culture delivers the grant programs aimed at assisting multicultural communities and celebrating the Northern Territory's cultural and linguistic diversity. So do I need to go through all the grants listed, or it's a very long list?
You could table, maybe.
Is this normally?
The
Minister, would you like to table the
The
list?
Minister's happy to table, I will, but it's up to him.
Yeah, happy to table the list, yeah, thank you.
Member for Cromer, can you please restate the question for the record?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong section. I've read the... Minister, can you please clarify the number of the question? Oh, hang on, where are we at?
Please table the document.
Okay, that's going to be tabled.
Thank you, Minister.
Are there any further questions on
I've got a
Output
follow
Group
on
one?
from the Minister for Cromer.
Member for Johnson?
Thank you. Just following on from that question, how many multicultural events has the government hosted and paid for since coming into government? What's been the total expenditure of that, and how many people have been invited?
What was the last?
How many people have been invited?
Member for Johnson, can you please clarify? So this is the events that hosted at the Parliament, or the grants program for the community that's funded out in the community?
Events that have been hosted at Parliament. Thank you.
So they are protocol events which comes under the Chief Minister and Cabinet. So the question needs to be asked to them. I think there was an opportunity 2 days ago, but you can write that question to the Chief Minister's office.
In terms of budget or overall?
Budget and also those are protocol events.
Yeah.
So protocol sits under the Chief Minister and Cabinet.
Are you able to answer about events that were organised not at Parliament in that case?
So that's the grant programs, the one that Northern Territory government supports.
So events that your portfolio has organised with multicultural communities.
Multicultural grants program that any multicultural community or incorporated association can apply, and that's the list that was just
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've still got some questions around multicultural affairs too. So through the Chair, Minister, your own department says that the Multicultural Advisory Council is mandated to meet at least twice a year. But since your government came to power nearly a year ago, the council hasn't met once in the reporting period. Why not? And do you simply not value their input?
Thanks, Member for Daly, for that question. So that was one of the advisory council with all the members of the council had the same date as the expiry date, which was done by the previous government. So when I came on board and then when I tried to organize a meeting, it was a time almost that the date of those going to be expired. And at this, I had also announced that there will be a multicultural policy review. So an expression of interest was sent out to call in for the applications for the new advisory council. And that's concluded a few weeks ago. And that's in the process of finalizing the members. And once that's been finalized, there will be an advisory council.
Thank you, Minister. So you've just said the expression of interest have gone out for an advisory group. Will that be volunteer base or paid positions? Or like, do people get meeting fees or sitting fees, I should say?
There is no change from the previous government strategy, and this is volunteer based.
Thank you, Minister. Given the Council has existed to help address critical issues like employment, safety and participation, what message does the Minister think he's sending to multicultural Territorians by not meeting with them? I mean, it's been nearly a year.
Thank you, Member for Daly. So the message I'm sending out to the community is about, like the previous government, put the same last date for all the members to expire on the same day, and that put me in a difficult position to work along. And again, when it comes to the EOA process and also the multicultural policy was due to be reviewed as per the previous government's plan, which didn't happen at that point as well. So because of those two reasons, I had to go for an EOA process. And as I mentioned earlier, so that hopefully will be completed in the next few weeks, and I'll have my first meeting with them.
Okay, do you know when that first meeting will be?
So it's in the process of identifying the candidates to be the members of the advisory council. And once that's been finalized, then we will schedule a meeting and we will put out, normally the process is about like we will ask to the members what's the best time for the meeting as well. So it's up to the committee to come up with few options once it's established.
Did you want to add anything else? I think.
Is there any other questions?
Yes, Minister, through the Chair, Minister, in Parliament last November, you said you would announce the multicultural policy in early 2025. It's now mid-2025. Where is this currently at? And why have you failed to release an updated multicultural policy?
It's currently under consultation. And once the consultation phase is complete, there will be an update coming to the community.
Okay, Minister, so you stated that it would be complete by mid-2025, so what's been the hold-up?
So the members of the advisory council was all expiring on the same day, so there was a delay in the process, and I have to appoint all the members to the advisory council. That's one of the reasons for the delay.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, the 2020, through the Chair, the 2020-2025 multicultural policy for the Northern Territory is due to finish at the end of the year. How many FTE is currently attributed to the development of the future multicultural policy?
So within the Office of the Multicultural Affairs, so there will be 2 FTE that's going to be working on that, but it won't be their sole responsibility. They'll be working along with other responsibility as well. And I believe I've already taken a question on notice about the split of the FTE for each of the offices earlier, is that right? Yeah, so you'll be able to get the numbers, and out of that numbers, 2 FTE will be looking after the multicultural policy.
Thank you, Minister. Through the Chair, the government committed to a $5 million multicultural centre in Alice Springs. Can you please provide a progress update on this commitment and what funding has been allocated in this budget?
So thanks, Member for Daly, for the question. So that project is currently sitting with the DLI, Department of Logistics and Infrastructure, with Minister Yan, and he was here yesterday to raise that question.
Thank you, Minister. So you have no oversight of that project as the Minister for Multicultural Affairs?
When it comes to the engagement, yes, I do have input into that. So I recently met with the peak body for the multicultural associations in the Alice Springs twice since I've been elected to this role. And when it comes to, yes, policy direction and the consultation, but when it comes to the actual facility as infrastructure, it sits with the infrastructure department.
Yep. So you have met with groups down in Alice Springs to consult with them on the progress. So you do know the progress and where it's at. So you are able to give an update on that, but you're deciding not to. You're deflecting.
I didn't say that. That's what you're trying to.
You just said you just met with the group.
Okay. I'll say it again. I met with the MISCA, which is the peak body for the multicultural communities in the Alice Springs, twice since I've been elected to this role. And this was part of the discussion, but not the design or anything. So it was around like what they wanted. And what I did was I facilitated a meeting with the Minister 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙑 as the Minister for Lands and Planning and Minister Yan as the Minister for the DLI. And at the moment, the project sits with the DLI. So the consultation and other consultation process goes directly with the DLI through the process.
So again, through the chair, you've just admitted that you had the both responsible ministers at that meeting. So you are able to give an update on the progress of the Multicultural Centre in Alice Springs, but you're denying that opportunity. You do have some sort of responsibility over this, being the Multicultural Affairs Minister. So why can't you just provide an update?
Again, I already said like it was only the consultation about like what they wanted. It was about like not about where the process was at. So it was in the earlier phase that I met with the MISCA with Minister 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙀 and Minister Yan. And then the next meeting I had with the members, it was just me on my visit to Alice Springs last time.
Okay, so what was discussed at that meeting, Minister? With the other two ministers, with Minister Yan and Minister 𝙍𝙀𝙀𝙀?
So they discuss about like I think the preferred location and what they want to see as a community. But again, like that was before the project was commencing. So just one more clarification, sir. Again, you are asking about the details of the information that I don't know. So it's better you refer to the minister responsible.
Just admitted you knew.
What I admitted.
You had the ministers in the room.
Yeah, a few months
so
ago.
now you're trying to deflect.
A member for Daly, the minister has responded by saying that he was talking about what the community wanted and what the needs of the multicultural centre would be. They weren't talking about the status of the project. If we can please move on from this question.
Thank you. I do have another question that's relevant to this, and it's a little bit different, Chair. So because he did state that the members talked about the location and considering that the question is about a progress update, has there been any decision around the location for where this multicultural centre would be, or was there a number of locations put forward?
So thanks, Member for Daly. So if your real intention is to get the right information, I already informed you, it sits with the DLI. If you write to the department, there won't be any hesitation for that particular department who is overseeing the current process to give an update through Minister Yan's office. And
but Minister, you were sitting in that meeting and you admitted before that you were talking about the location of the site, which you do have oversight as the Multicultural Affairs Minister. So why can't you just provide that information?
I already informed you that that was an early stage of the meeting where there was no decisions was made. And again, if your intention is to get the right information out to the public through this process, it was with Minister Yan, which you missed that, and you're trying to imply now that it's I am not the one that providing the information. If your intention is clear, or if right, and if you want to get that update, please write to Minister Yan. He will be more than happy to provide that update because that's something that Minister Yan and Minister 𝙍𝙀𝙀𝙀 really passionate for Alice Springs.
It's a shame you aren't.
Member for Daly, I've already given you a warning and you're now sort of insulting people.
It's not an insult.
This is your last opportunity to behave in an appropriate manner in this forum, please. Are there any further questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In the reporting period, has the Multicultural Council or groups agreed with the government's announced decision to repeal vilification protections, which would leave Territorians unprotected from public hate speech, actions that incite hatred, ridicule, or seriously offend, or serious offence against protected attributes such as race and religion? In the reporting period, has the Multicultural Council, all groups, agreed with the government's announced decision to repeal vilification protections, which would leave Territorians unprotected from public hate speech, such as what we've seen in previous sittings, actions that incite hatred, ridicule, or serious offence against protected attributes such as race and religion?
Through Chair, thank you, Member for Daly, for the question. That sits with the Attorney General, so he can raise this question next week when she's here on Monday.
It would sit with you because you would be meeting with Multicultural Council and groups as well. So the question is around, have they raised that with you around the repeal of vilification protections? So it does. There's an element of that where it sits with you as a responsible minister.
Again, I am not sure what you're trying to achieve here. On the previous question, it was clear that you said that to me and I agreed on that there was no meeting.
Sorry, I didn't mention about you. I'm talking about the repeal of the vilification protections.
Member for Daly, I'd like to give the opportunity for the Minister to respond to the question.
So it was clear that I didn't meet with the Multicultural Council and I gave the reasons on why. And your next question and what you're trying to imply was about like, have you discussed this particular thing? Which again, it doesn't sit with me, but Attorney General will be able to provide further information about the consultation on next week because that sits with her.
Thank you. Chair, I just want to clarify that I made no reference to what he's just mentioned there. I'm actually talking about the repeal of the vilification protections and have the Multicultural Council, the Multicultural Council or groups raise those concerns with you around the repeal of the vilification protections. So I think you're getting confused between the two.
Daly, the
There's a
Minister's
policy
already
decision with the
provided advice around the fact that the Multicultural Council has not met yet, so that component of your question is not valid. The rest of the component of it sits with the Attorney General, which is what the Minister is advising.
Sorry, no,
the consultation process around that sits with the Attorney General. So that's what the Minister's actually saying.
But can I just get clarified?
Member for
This might be clarifying this. I would like a clarifying question on this. So not the Multicultural Council, but have other multicultural groups, of which there are many, spoken to you around the repeal of the Vilification Act?
So there were two that I can recall. There was a letter that came to my office, which was forwarded on to Attorney General's office, because when it comes to the consultation, it sits with the Attorney General when it comes to the legislation changes.
Okay, so I understand that the consultation happens with the Attorney General. As the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, and this is a genuine question, is that not part of your portfolio if people have those concerns in the multicultural community to discuss them with you?
Yes, I am open for discussion, and I think I had conversation around that as well. But that's the input that I'm going to take to the cabinet, because I got the privilege to represent my community in the cabinet and then share their views there. And it's about the announcement that government made, but we are just waiting on the legislation to be introduced in the Parliament. Once that's been introduced, we will be able to discuss and have further consultation with the people, not just based on the heading of the announcement, based on the details and sections.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. And so just to clarify, you got 2 letters from community groups or from cultural groups, and you forwarded them on to the Attorney General regarding the vilification.
One was open to all, out on the social media, which goes to everyone, which I was one of the audience. So I saw it, so I take that one to me. And then I can recall of one if I'm right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Minister, just one last question on this. Do you feel comfortable with the decision to repeal the vilification protections, considering you are the Minister for Multicultural Affairs?
Point of order, seeking opinion again.
I think the Minister can answer.
Member for Daly, it clearly states in Standing 109 that questions should be not asked to the ministers for an expression of an opinion.
No problem. I've just...
There's something. So similar to the privilege of the member for Delhi, I am representing as a member for Sanderson. When that legislation is going to be introduced, I will be taking part and I will be expressing my opinion at that point when I have the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on Output Group 1.1?
Yep. Minister, we've seen this is still just last question on multicultural affairs. Minister, we've seen a 7.4% rise of offences against the person under your government. What decisions have you had with multicultural communities surrounding public safety issues in the reporting period?
So can you say the question again?
We've seen a 7.4% rise of offences against people under your government. What discussions have you had with multicultural communities surrounding public safety issues in the reporting period?
So as part of my role, so I am out there almost every single day engaging and discussing things with the people, and safety is one of the things that the Territorians raise with me and along with two other members as well. And that is part of an ongoing discussion that we will continue to have with the community.
Sorry, one final question,
you.
Chair.
Sorry, I noted the member for Wangori had a question. She'd let me know.
Multicultural. I think Kat as a backbencher, same output
sorry.
as a
Member for
backbencher.
Nightcliff.
Multicultural.
Yep.
Yeah.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you. There has been, I think, a fair outcry from some multicultural groups, particularly the Jewish community and others, about you quoting a Nazi on the floor of Parliament. Have you apologised? It's a simple question. Have you apologised to the multicultural?
This is wrong.
You're officially on a warning. I have made this comment a couple of times. Member for Nightcliff, I consider your conduct to be disorderly and warn you that if you persist, I will order you to withdraw from the hearings under paragraph 12 of the Assembly's resolution establishing this committee.
Chair,
So I can't get an answer to the apology? Has he apologised?
Member for Nightcliff.
Chair, can I just get some clarity? Because there was an incident last year in estimates where the CLP opposition at the time were asking similar questions in relation to this, and it was allowed,
Member
and the
for
minister
Daly,
was too.
I wasn't here last year. This is not anything
But it
that's
still
last
sits
year.
within
This
the
is my
standing
decision
orders.
as
It
chair.
still sits within the standing orders.
I've actually just read from the standing orders. If you would like to continue, you will be exited from the room.
I'm just getting clarification.
Okay. Member for Wangori.
We're finished with multicultural. There's mine a different question. I'd hate to. Through the chair. So as the member for Wangari, I'm very keen on your announcement about the youth hub. So the new proposed youth hub sits within my electorate of Wangari. How will the community be consulted on the new location?
Can you say the last part of the question?
Yeah. How will the community be consulted on the new location?
Thanks, Member for Wangari. So this is an opportunity that we are currently out and open for consultation. And during my opening statement, I kind of like mentioned around like there was almost 500-page visits and nearly 25 submissions already. So when the previous government announced the hub in Casuarina, there was no opportunity for anyone to provide any feedback around the location. Whereas now, this government, we are open to the public because we need to hear from the people that about the location as well. And we proposed the Liania Recreation Center as that's a place that's already been activated and a lot of young people are using that facility. And this is going to help more families and also the young people to when it comes to accessing this facility. So the location is definitely out for consultation along with what they want to see in the facility as well.
Are there any further questions around output 1.1, social inclusion?
Yep.
Member for Arafura.
So moving on to youth. What is the total appropriation for youth in 2025-26, and how does this compare to 24-25?
Thanks, Member for Arafura, for the question. So in 2024-25, there was $10.479 million allocation. And with this budget, there is $10.637 million, which is 158,000 additional compared to the last budget.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, the member for Braitleen, as Shadow Minister for Youth, stated in a media release last May that audits of organisations receiving taxpayer funds would occur to ensure taxpayer money is being spent appropriately and delivering outcomes for the community. Have you undertaken this audit? If not, why did the member for Braitleen say it?
Can you please repeat the question again?
Minister, the member for Brightlin as Shadow Minister for Youth stated in a media release last May that audits of organisations receiving taxpayer funds would occur to ensure taxpayer money is being spent appropriately and delivering outcomes for community. Have you undertaken this audit?
All right, thank you. So I'll pass it on to the CFO to respond.
Hello, Rachel McMillan, General Manager, Corporate and Shared Services. There is a broader approach to managing contracts across the grant portfolios in the whole of government, and I believe Chief Minister and Cabinet are leading some of this work.
Thank you. What portion of the funding is allocated to regional and remote programs? And did that share of funding increase or decrease in the 25-26 budget? Can you please provide a breakdown by region?
Thank you, Member for Afura. So for the Katherine region, so the allocation of the budget is $669,000. Youth services in Alice Springs, $2.847 million. East Annam, $618,000. Tennant Creek region, $696,000. Darwin region, $2.464 million. Palmerston region, $2.064 million. In total, $9.358 million.
Member for Arafura, sorry, just to interrupt. I'm just going to call a quick 5-minute comfort break for everybody. Time is now 5:46. We'll return at 5:51. Thank you. We'll continue. Member for Arafura.
Thank you, Chair. Is the department still committed to delivering on the NT Youth Strategy and Action Plan? Can you provide an update on what funding has been allocated to this?
So the Northern Territory Youth Strategy provides a wall-of-government framework to guide services, policies, and investments that seek to improve outcomes and opportunities for young people aged 12 to 25, with a strong focus on prevention and early intervention. So developed in consultation with young people and the youth sector, the strategy is implemented through 3-year action plans, with the first, the 2024-2027 action plan comprising 235 actions across 7 domains. Annual progress reports will track implementation and outcomes published on the Department of People, Sport and Culture's website to ensure transparency and accountability. The department is currently preparing the first progress report, which is expected to be finalized by Q3 2025.
Do we have a second part is funding allocation?
So I'll pass it to Siobhan to talk further details.
Thank you for your question. Siobhan Oakley, Executive Director, Social Inclusion. So the NT Youth Strategy is a whole-of-government strategy that doesn't have specific funding attached to it. It's more around, there is funding through the Office of Youth Affairs program and other programs across government. Existing funding. So the strategy is really around how that funding is channeled and invested into ensuring positive outcomes for young people.
Thank you.
So you said through the chair and minister stated that it's existing funding, so there hasn't been any extra funding allocated to any of these programs that sit within the Youth Strategy or Action Plan?
Siobhan Oakley, Executive Director, Social Inclusion. No, so there's not been additional funding for the youth strategy per se. It's more around how, as I said before, how we invest the funding that we have.
Thank you. Can you update us on the progress of each regional action plan in the reporting period? What actions were complete and fundings allocated? Yep.
So, Chair, I'll take that on notice.
Member for Arafura, please restate the question for the record.
Can you update us on the progress of each regional action plan in the reporting period? What actions were complete and funding allocated?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked by the member for Arafura of the minister has been allocated the number 4.3.
Minister, have any youth drop-in centres or programs have been expanded, reduced or established in the reporting period? Can you provide a breakdown of the by region?
Thank you, Member for Arafura, for the question. So we maintain the funding envelope for the providers during the reporting period. And we have some further allocation for the SHAC program, which is not during this reporting period.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So there is the funding envelope continues as the same compared to the last financial year for the programs and in the reporting period. But when it comes to the 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀 program, then there are some additional funding allocated, but that's not within the reporting period.
Thank you, Minister. Moving on, what was it your decision to move the Northern Suburbs Youth Hub? If not, whose was it?
So that was a government decision to move the youth hub from the 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙀.
So the government made an executive decision without any consultation?
The Northern Territory government or the CLP government listened to the community and the people living in 𝙍𝙀𝙇 and listened to their concerns, what they raised around the proposed youth hub, and that leads to the decision making on moving the proposed location to a new proposed site in Liania with consultation open from 2nd of June onwards until end of June. Yeah, 30th of June.
So that consultation, was that done through Have Your Say, put via the website? Was it consultation with youth organisations? How was that kind of the detail of that consultation period?
So are you referring to the previous location or the current proposed location?
I'm talking to the decision to move the youth hub and what consultation was done and what informed you to move the youth hub.
So the residents of the 𝙍𝙀𝙇 or residents living around 𝙍𝙀𝙇 provided that feedback to the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇 during the election campaign and after he became the member as well. And that led us to make the decision to identify a more suitable location which do not have, I'll just state like I think that led to the government to come up with a proposed location at Liania.
Thank you, Minister. So you just stated in your answer that it came from the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇 to move, Wanguri, the member for Wanguri. So there was actually no proper consultation done with the community. It sounds like there was just advice given from the member for Wanguri. Is that correct? And that's the reason why...
Sorry, Member for Daly, I'm just going to correct. The Minister advised that it was the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇 that provided the information. This is the member for Wanguri. That was the correction when you pointed to the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇. This is the member for Wanguri. So it was the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇, not the member for the Wanguri.
Okay, so the member for 𝙍𝙀𝙇 advised you that to move the youth hub, so the government made that executive decision. So there was no proper process in terms of a consultation period to make a decision to move the youth hub, is what I'm asking, because you just got advice from one member.
I already answered that question.
I'm just trying to understand, with fairness, Chair, like what the process of that consultation was and to make this decision to move the youth hub, because it sounds like there was no proper process. I mean, did you take advice from our other Northern Suburbs members, like the member for Jinson, the member for Nightcliff? I'm not sure. It sounds like you took advice from one member and then decided to move the youth hub.
So I gone through the previous consultation process and also the document that was released as well. On that document, it was clear that people were really concerned that was within the previous government's remit, and the previous government didn't listen to the community because the scope was so restricted that people were not able to provide a proposed location. So that's why this government has listened to the community and made the decision to identify Liania Recreation Centre as the new site and location, with an ability for the members of the community to provide that consultation.
Thank you. So how many people actually consulted with the member for Casuarina? And how did you collect this information, and how was that, like, was there any data around this? Do you have any data to provide what the member for Casuarina has told you around people having these concerns? Because it seems like it's...
I already answered that question twice in this forum.
So, okay, can I just ask a very direct question? How many people were consulted on, and how is this information collected? That's pretty direct.
So I would recommend you to refer to the document that you published as the government before, the member for Daily, which was part of the government before, and most likely the numbers will be there. I'm not sure of the numbers.
Sorry, so that was around, there'd already been, like, so I'm talking about specifically the decision to move the youth centre. So what data was collected and what information was provided to make an informed decision to move the youth centre?
So, Chair, I already provided the response to that question multiple times in multiple forms.
So was there a survey done, or was it just through door knocking? Like,
Member for
how
Daly,
was
I
it?
believe the Minister has already responded to your question. You keep probing for additional information, but he's already responded. Can you
Isn't
please
that our
move on from
role
this
to
line of
ask for
questioning?
additional information? There's no I'm asking for additional information, but I'm not getting any answer. He's asked around. He's made it clear that one member, the member for Casuarina, has advised him that he wants the youth centre moved. So there's actually been no process. So I'm trying to clarify how that decision was made, and I think it's in the public interest that there is a fair and proper process. Like, the government talks about being open and transparent and being accountable to the people, but yet here again we don't have a proper process. So my question is, what was the process? What data do you have to back up to make an informed decision to move the youth centre? Was it through door knocking? Was it through surveys? Usually there'll be a process to go through. You put it up in your website, you have your say, you're guided through that. But it sounds like you've stated there hasn't been any process. I'm just trying to clarify, because that's the role of the committee, is to find out why.
Minister, do you have any additional information to provide?
So I think for clarification, I'll provide one more time. I'll respond to that. The previous government didn't give an opportunity for any members or the people living in the northern suburbs about the ability to provide consultation to have that facility.
That's not true. There was a process. There was a have your say process.
Excuse me, Member for Daly, I'd just like you to allow the Minister to respond.
You can't come and
Can you please answer the question?
mislead. It's
Again,
not true.
I will kindly request the member for Daly to go and review the decision the previous government made, with no ability for the individuals to provide feedback on location. It was only about the design of the project, and there was no option. So the previous government decided to put the location in Casuarina. The new government listened to the community, and we put a proposal that it's a proposed site. I haven't said anywhere that it's going to be the site. I said, like, this is a proposed site and it's out for consultation, and people are currently providing that feedback as we speak here.
Thank you. Just to touch on, you talked about the previous government, but there was a stakeholder engagement report which obviously guided the youth centre, but now you've come back and said that the member for Casuarina has asked you to move this centre, the Youth Hub Centre, which you clearly stated in your answer. So there hasn't been any proper process or proper consultation with the community that we can gather. So I'm just trying to figure out, who have you consulted with? What stake have you consulted with? Okay, the question is, have you consulted with any stakeholders? And if so, what stakeholders have you consulted with?
So, Chair, I answered the question multiple times.
Sorry, the question was around what stakeholders have you consulted with? Have you consulted with any stakeholders? Because that's not answering the question, because you haven't answered the question around
Member
what
for Daly,
stakeholders.
as far as I can understand from the response from the Minister, it's open for consultation right now. If we can move on from this line of questioning.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, it is open for consultation. What's the process at the moment? Is that on Have Your Say website, or? And is that in regards to where the site will be for the youth centre? Because the decision was made to move it. You've said where to move it, but now you're going back to another consultation period. Doesn't kind of add up.
So through the Chair, so community consultation on Youth Hub opened on 2nd of June 2025. The public consultation will help shape a purpose-built youth hub at Liania Recreation Park. The consultation will be open until 30 June and includes surveys, community information sessions, and pop-up engagement events across the northern suburbs, consulting on both the location and programs to be delivered.
It's okay.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm also trying to get clarification on this. So I understand you've got a consultation process happening now for the location that has now been chosen at Liania. What though, which I don't believe has been answered, what consultation happened in the decision to move it to Liania? So how did that process happen? Who did you speak to, and how did that process happen to move it?
So I already responded to that question in this forum and multiple times in the chamber when Member for Arafura raised that with me.
I'm sorry, no, I don't believe that you have. I haven't got an answer like to lists like the stakeholders, like who you spoke to, what groups, apart from the member for Casuarina. Who else did you speak to on the decision to move it?
Already responded to the question and answered the question.
Minister, do you have any additional information that you would like to provide on that?
No. I think there is a
please
proposed
move on from this line of
consultation.
Just to clarify, the only person you've consulted with is the member for Casuarina.
Member for Daly, we're moving on from this line of questioning
But
now.
it's a
because
fair
he's already
question
answered
because
the
he hasn't been
question.
able to answer the other question. So I just want to get clarification that the only person he's consulted with is the member for Casuarina, as he stated in his answer, Minister.
So I repeated multiple times, we consulted with the people living in Casuarina, and that includes individuals living around that area, which currently the member for Casuarina representing. So that doesn't mean that it is just member for Casuarina, the residents of that area as well.
Okay, and then sorry, can I have a follow-up question? So could you let us know the methods? Was that through door knocking or a letter? Like, how did you get that feedback from the residents of Casuarina? And was it just residents, or was it like organisations as well that you consulted with?
Door knocking.
Door knocking?
At the shopping centres, at the bus stops, community events. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And did you record that data that you got around what people's opinions were about the move?
Again, I provided the information that there was consultation. We listened to the community and we decided to change the location from Casuarina to the Liania Water Park with an ability for the individuals living in that area, which is again like only 200 meters from my electorate, 100 meters from member for Casuarina, in member for Wanguri's electorate. So there is an opportunity for the people to give feedback around the location and what services they want from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is that there wasn't specific data collected on the answers, but a general vibe that people wanted it moved. Yeah.
I answered the question.
If you have a
Okay, just a
question,
general
ask a
vibe.
question.
Okay,
We're
my
not
question
making
then is,
statements.
in addition to those residents in Casuarina that were door knocked or whatever, were there any of the organisations that work with youth, were they consulted on the move?
So when it comes to the consultation, there was discussion with the individuals and members of the community, and there was no formal way of consultation because there was more than enough reasons on why we don't want, or the new government do not want the facility, the youth facility at the Casuarina, and that's the reason why we are giving the opportunity for the people of the northern suburbs to provide that feedback, whether one, they are interested in that location that we proposed, or if they want to, also when it comes to the delivery of the service as well.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify the answer to my question, because I just want to make sure I've got this right, no, there was no consultation with any youth organisations on the move.
I already answered the question.
Okay, which was
sorry, Justine.
This is so. Sorry, I'm not clear.
Sorry, can I just get you to direct your questions through the chair?
Oh, sorry, through the chair. Sorry, I'm just not clear. Is this current consultation process about where the youth centre is going to be? Is that still open for consultation? I've kind of heard two different things. So it may or may not be at Leanya. Is that correct? It may move back to Casuarina. It could be anywhere. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I think probably for the third time, I'm saying it's open until 3rd June.
But you said in your previous answer through the chair that
30th June.
You did state that the location of the youth centre in the previous question that was asked, but which I believe was from the member for Nightcliff. So you actually said that consultation period, that part of that consultation period will be the location of the youth centre. So in one hand, you're saying we're moving the youth centre to Leanya and that's locked in, it's finalised. But now you're going back to consultation and saying that we'll consult on the location. That's what I'm just stating what the minister said, to respect chair. So I'd just like to clarify, is that the answer? Because I think it's important. It's
Microphone.
Sorry, your microphone isn't on. But you did say the consultation was around the location too. You did state that.
Again, for the proposed site of the Leanya Recreation Water Park, there is a consultation currently open for both for the location and for the services that's going to be delivered from there, which was not available for the residents when the previous government made the decision.
Thank you. So it is about the location too. So going back to when the decision was made by, it sounds like the member for Casuarina, did you take into account the feedback from any of the stakeholders from the last consultation, considering it was nearly 800 people and stakeholders, including young people and organisations?
So there was some concerns in the previous news report around the Casuarina site, and that was taken into consideration. And because I'm making it clear, there was no opportunity for the individuals during the last consultation period, because the only option they've been given through that consultation period was, this is going to be located in this site. You can come and participate in the design of the service. So that was the only opportunity, whereas now we are providing opportunity that this is our proposed site. So you can provide feedback on the location and also about the services, how they want to run from there as well. So I kicked off the consultation on 1st of June with my NT Youth Roundtable, and that was the first official consultation of this phase, which was on the 1st of June. And from the 2nd of June, it is out to the community, and everyone can have a say on the location and also the services, what they want to see from the Leanya Recreation Park.
So through the chair, Minister, through this new consultation period, you'll be taking on the concerns that people will have for the new site at Leanya, and if it's overwhelming that people do not want it at this site, it sounds like you'll make a decision to move it.
Again, it's a hypothetical question, but at the same time, what I will say is about, like, we will not try to make the mistakes of the previous government made, not to listen to the community. If the community are saying to us there is a different options or whatever they're going, based on that, I will make the decision at that time.
Thank you. I think it's pretty hypocritical to come in here and say that we didn't listen to, that the previous government didn't listen to the community when there was a fair and proper process consultation period with a report that's attached to it. Yet here you are as a government listening to one member, the member for Casuarina, come and raise some concerns with you, so then you move it. But there's no data around it, there's no surveys around it, it hasn't been put on the website. So it just shows that the CLP government are just making executive decisions without fair and proper consultation from the community.
Member for Daly, I'll ask that we move on from this line of questioning. I think the Minister has answered the questions. He said that it's currently out for consultation, and yet you're still imputing that there's no consultation happening.
But
Move
he
on
made
from
reference
the
to
line
the
of
previous
questioning,
government, so I do have a
please.
right to respond to that, Chair.
Please move on from this line of questioning.
Thank you. So the decision's been made around Leanya, and this is different because it's around, were there any decisions around how young people would be able to access the youth centre if it is to be put in Leanya? So, for example, kids, youth living in Casuarina or Nightcliff around the bus routes, were there decisions made around that?
So through the chair, so the current SHAC program is operating from Sanderson Middle School, and there is an average of around like 36 children attending this program. And when it comes to the new proposed site, again, like we haven't made the decision on where it's going to be. It's a proposed site. So one of the things that we looked into was about the accessibility. So there are 2 bus stops within 150 meters from this proposed location. And this location is only less than 1 kilometer from the current site as well. So there is an existing youth center. So this is going to be the proposed permanent home for the youth center.
Thank you. So, Minister, just to clarify, there's actually no bus route from Sanderson to Leanya. So how will young people and youth be able to access the youth centre? I believe it's your electorate in Leanya, sits in your electorate. So how will young people from your electorate be able to access the youth centre, considering there is no bus route currently there? From Sanderson to Leanya, just to be clear. Or is there a bus route from there?
So again, like the transport is also part of the model, which is operated currently as well. So the Larrakia Nation and the IBC transports, they provide transport for, because you are saying at the moment that there is no bus route to the Sanderson. But I am saying here that there are 36 children attending this location. So that means like there are accessibility, which was introduced under the previous government, which clearly shows about like you do not have any information on the services that's currently operating in the northern suburbs. But what I need to clearly say is about transport is available. It's in the bus route within 2 bus routes within 150 meters, and transport is available for the children as well.
So transport is available currently from Sanderson to Leanya?
Transport is available for the children in the northern suburbs to attend the facility, the SHAC program at Sanderson, and when or if it's going to be in Leanya in future after the community consultation, and if everyone is of the view that we want this facility there, so that will be part of the service delivery about how we're going to run this program as well, because we don't want young children at the age of 10 wanting to catch a bus at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. We want to make sure there are safe transport options available for these young children at the night, so that's only this will help them to feel that it's a safe place as well.
Are there any further questions around output 1.1?
I am just in regards to the bus. Can you identify the bus route that kids will be able to take from Sanderson to Casuarina?
I already answered the question just before.
Have you spoken to young people who have been, have young people been involved in the design to date, and did they say anything about the delay and move?
Can you say again, sorry, the last part of the question?
Yeah. So, has young people who have are young people involved in the design to date, and what do they say about the delay? Have they said anything about the delay and move?
No, I haven't received any specific feedback about the delay directly to me. But as I referred here earlier, so the opening of the consultation was with the Youth Roundtable group, who are really supportive of this announcement and who wants to take part in some of the promotion because they want to demonstrate to the community there are good things that are happening for the young people here as well, because some of the issues that's currently portraying that young people are in a different direction. So they want to come and step up, and they want to communicate with others to say that this is a good proposed model. And also I've been to through the youth rep group, Anglicare and the Youth Roundtable. So they are the two currently consulted. But again, it's currently open for everyone. And so, yeah, so the public consultation is available there, and then we will be looking on for targeted consultation during this period as well.
Through the chair, considering that this was a co-contribution from the Commonwealth Government, did you consult the Commonwealth before this decision was made to move the youth hub?
I'll pass it on to the department to answer that question because it normally happens between the departments.
Good evening, Samantha Livesley, CEO. Yes, so the department has been liaising with the Australian Government Department. It's of transport, communications and the arts and a number of other portfolios. That is the department that is funding us, the funding for the Youth Hub. So we have been in negotiations with them, and they are supportive of us advising in the future of a location of the Youth Hub.
Are there any further questions around output 1.1?
Just one more question, just in regards to the co-funding with the Commonwealth Government. With the decision to change this location, does that jeopardise any of the funding from the Commonwealth?
I will ask the CEO to respond.
No, that's not what we've been advised. Like I said, they are open to negotiating a new location. So they have, it's not under any
So the new location, but what about in terms of the funding?
There's no identified risk to us from the Australian Government on the funding.
Are there any other further questions? Okay. Okay, continue. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, just moving on to gender equity, what stakeholders have you engaged with around the government's decision to water down the anti-vilification laws?
I already informed this committee through the chair earlier that that's not part of my portfolio. The legislation sits with the Attorney General, and there'll be opportunity for the members to raise this question with the Attorney General.
Are there any further questions around output 1.1?
Yep, one more. Oh, not one more. We've got
Member
a few
for
more.
Daly.
Thank you. Minister, with the 2022-2025 action plan concluding, what 25-26 funding is reserved for developing the next anti-gender equality action plan?
Thanks, Member for Daly, for the question through Chair. So I'll ask the Chief Executive Officer to respond to that question.
I've got one that I've just missed around youth. What funding is allocated?
Come back to that.
Sorry, yeah.
We'll come back
Just
to that?
let them answer
No,
this question, and then we'll come back to your question.
Oh, sorry, you passed it
Sorry. That would be done by staff within the Office of Gender Equity and Diversity. So the funding allocated for the staff and the operations of that office would be allocated to that development.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Member for Arafura.
Yep. Minister, what funding is allocated specifically for youth mental health and wellbeing initiatives in 25-26?
No, not yet. It's still 1.1. We'll get there. Oh, my microphone's.
Member for Arafura through Chair. So there are no specific youth mental health initiative through this portfolio, but for all this social inclusion, what we are trying to what the grant programs and everything is something is going to support the individuals and the young people to have like a mental health and well-being by engaging in this different programs that's currently available in the community. And when it comes to the specific youth mental health initiative, the mental health portfolio sits with Minister Edgington, and that's something that he can specifically raise there. Thank you.
Minister who? Sits under who?
Minister Edgington is the Minister for Mental Health. Yeah.
I'm done with youth and I'll put one for our seniors, but yeah. We're on seniors, but if anyone wants to talk about youth.
Are there any further questions for output 1.1?
Yes.
Social inclusion?
Yes.
Yeah. Member for Daly?
Yeah. It's my question.
Sorry, Member for Arafura.
In respect to seniors. Now, what funding is allocated to the implementation of the Northern Territory Seniors Policy 2021-2026?
Thank you, Member for Arafura. I will just pass on that question to Siobhan Oakley to respond.
Thank you for the question. Siobhan Oakley, Executive Director, Social Inclusion. So similar to the answer provided around the NT Youth Strategy, the NT Seniors strategy doesn't have specific budget attached to it. It's more around, again, how we invest funding that we have within the seniors portfolio, and also how we ensure that there's investment and programs across government that support seniors.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Or we're about to break?
We're about to break. Is it a quick one?
Maybe not.
No, we might break. We might come back to it. Noting that it is 6:30, we will break for half an hour and come back at 7 o'clock. Thank you. On output group 1.1, social inclusion. Member for Johnson, are you ready to follow up more or less where we left off? Thank you.
I had a question following up from the previous statement about developing the strategy around seniors. And I'm sorry, I've kind of lost my thread, but what I was interested in is what process you go through to develop that strategy and to develop the, that'll do my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Johnston. I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond.
Good evening, Member for Johnston, Samantha Livesley. The process we go through is we would do a range of community consultation with key stakeholders, so individual seniors. We'd use those mechanisms such as Have Your Say, but also look at our different ways seniors might want to be engaged and go through their peak bodies and groups and organise group consultations. We also have our Ministerial Advisory Council for Senior Territorians, who has both community membership and organisational membership as well. So we would use them as a key mechanism to reach out to engage as many seniors as possible as well.
And is there a process you use to identify priorities, like from those consultations?
I would be looking at the feedback we receive from seniors and other people we've consulted and analysing what that feedback is. And part of that would be asking people what their priorities are for themselves as senior Territorians.
And I guess final question on that is what kind of monitoring and evaluation processes have you got in place around that strategy?
I like the other ones. We have an action plan, for the seniors policy, we have an implementation plan, and we do like an annual little review, an annual report each year as part of that. And that's a whole of government strategy that includes commitments from other government departments as well, and we report against those.
And I guess similar to my earlier question about KPIs, are the kinds of things you're measuring in that evaluation, are you able to give a sense of what they are, what it is that you're measuring in terms of success? Or
it's not a formal evaluation, it's more a measure of where we've delivered on the actions committed to in the implementation or action plans.
Is there any way, through the Chair to the Minister, is there any way, mechanisms you have to identify whether or not things are getting better for seniors in the Northern Territory, for example?
That would be similar to my response earlier. It is something that we are looking in terms of aspirational development of some of that, more of that wellbeing and social outcomes measures for the community.
Thank you. And just one other question in terms of consultation and the accessibility of that broadly, and given particularly the nature of the portfolio, are you able to comment on involvement of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, people from different communities in terms of the consultation around the seniors portfolio?
Yes, our advisory council has a broad membership in terms of organisational members as well as community members, and we try to ensure that when we're doing expressions of interest and looking at the membership, we have good regional spread as well as people from a diverse backgrounds.
Are there any further questions on output 1.1 social inclusion?
Yep.
Member for Arafura.
Around the seniors now. What funding is allocated to the implementation of the Northern Territory Seniors Policy 2021-2026?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we already answered this question earlier. Was it the same question you asked?
This is seniors. You've answered seniors? Let me just check.
I believe that was the last question before the break, which led to member for Johnston to...
Oh, okay. Yep, probably, yes, sorry. With the 2022 and the 2024 Seniors Policy Implementation Plan now concluded, what 25-26 funding is reserved for the developing the iteration of an action plan, and any preliminary work funded in the previous budget.
Thanks, Member for Afira. So that's going to be done from within the FTA location.
Minister, with around 1 in 6 older Territorians reporting that they have experienced some sort of elder abuse, how is the government addressing this significant issue given your cut funding to support these services?
Thank you, Member for Afira. So Darwin Community Legal Services received funding of $0.2 million in 2024-25 to deliver an outreach model aimed at supporting older Territorians experiencing or at risk of experiencing abuse. DCLS, or Darwin Community Legal Service, provides a legal referral, advocacy and education service under their model, which informs all Territorians of the dangers of older persons abuse, what it can look like and where to seek help. So DCLS has established the Older Person Abuse Network, which brings together organizations in the community to work together to inform potential future reforms to address and reduce older persons abuse in the Northern Territory. Representatives from the Indian government are present at these meetings so that organizations know their concerns are heard and collaborative planning can occur. The department is currently undertaking a project to identify other issues in the seniors community related to older persons abuse that are not currently being addressed, which can be targeted in future policies and grant funding. And also I can inform this committee that I already met with the DCLS and also attended one of these meetings as well. And there is no reduction in funding.
Thank you, Minister.
Just clarify, sorry, what was the figure that you said, Minister? Was it 0.2 million or?
It's a total of $300,000 and
to DCLS?
DCLS, is it? So it's 200,000 specifically for the DCLS for the elder abuse.
Thank you.
Yep. What allocation in 2025-2026 budget has been made to the operations of the Ministers' Advisory Council for seniors? Is there a breakdown available? What was expended in the reporting period?
Thanks, Member for Afira. So all the members of that committee or the advisory group are volunteers, so there is no paid membership.
Thank you, Minister. How many council meetings are funded for in 2025, 2026? How many took place in the reporting period? How many vacancies are currently on the council? So just for clarity, it's a voluntary council. Is that what you're saying?
So there is a membership group, and there is, I believe it's a quarterly, right? It aims to meet quarterly, and I have met the group at least 2 times in the last 8 months.
Thank you, through the chair, Minister, so who's made up of the membership group?
So do you want the names of the individuals? So there are 13 representatives, and both like individuals and also representing the organizations. And there was a decision that was made by the previous government to reduce the membership of representation of the organizations to 1, which I had reviewed that, and based on the feedback I received from the individuals part of that committee, I made the decision to increase that to 2 as well.
Okay, and what are those organisations that now sit on the membership?
So they are Quota NT and National Seniors Australia. And Association of Independent Retirees, 3 organisations.
Yep, thank you. Oh, sorry, just with the individuals, I suppose I don't need the names of the individuals that make up the membership, but are they individuals that sit on the membership allocated like by region, so Darwin, Alice Springs, remote, and if so, are there any Aboriginal people that sit on that membership group that would represent?
So I can say that during the reporting period, I can't recall of like making any new appointments. So I kind of like carry on the previous members and looking on when their membership is running off and to see whether they are interested. But there was one resignation in the last few months, and there is a expression of interest out to fill that vacancy as well.
Yeah, and who was that resignation?
Can I check with the chair? Can I make a name of an individual who is in a committee in this forum? Or I do have the name.
Yes, you can.
So, Ms. Marlene Hayes.
Okay, and from what region or area?
Alice Springs.
Alice Springs. Okay, and just for clarity, there's part of my other question was there any Aboriginal Territorians that sit on as part of that membership?
I don't have the details to that level with me at the moment. I just have the names. And yeah, the advice is that Marlene Hayes is an Aboriginal person, but she resigned from the committee. So the EOI already closed. Yeah, so EOI has been out. It's been closed. So just waiting for the recommendation from the department to me. I'm just waiting for the recommendation.
Yeah. Is there a breakdown of urban members to remote members that sit on the, like where I suppose what communities they're from?
So we have representations from all 5 regions, and as I mentioned, I haven't made any changes. So whatever the previous minister's advisory committee, if that minister was done in the proper way, it would be the same. But I will look into it. I have the information, but not right in front of me. But that's part of the process as well. Like I think when you appoint a person to one of these committee, make sure like there are representations from all the 5 regions.
Okay, no problem. Can I get that question on notice? Just 2 parts to it. I suppose the membership will come with it, but where they're from, what regions they represent.
So, and Member for Daly, can we just get you to restate the question for the record to put on the question on notice?
Yeah. Well, sorry. What was the name of the membership? Was there a particular name, or was it? Yeah, it's the. I did.
Ministerial Advisory Council for Senior Territories.
Oh, the Ministry Advisory Council. That's it. Sorry. Yeah, got caught up in the ministry. So, Minister, could I get a breakdown of the membership of the Advisory Council and what region and communities they are from?
Yeah. Thank you. So. Siobhan Oakley will be able to answer that question now.
It's to take on notice. Oh, you can answer it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think we can just take it on notice because there's 13 members, so I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Got that? Did you finish the whole question? Yeah?
Yeah.
Minister, do you accept the question?
So I will take on notice. Yep. Sorry.
I'm more interested in the
Just need a
regions
yes or
that
no.
they're from.
So without the names, I can take on notice of each regional representation on this advisory
Yeah,
council.
that's fine. Thank you.
No worries. The question asked by the member for Daly of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.4. Are there any further questions?
Member for
Member
Johnson.
for Johnson.
For Justine.
You could be.
You're legend in my own lunchbox. Minister, I'm just wondering whether you have had any formal response. I know that DCLS produced an older person's abuse in the NT policy directive in March 2025, which had a whole series of recommendations. Have you had any formal response to that?
Thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. So there is no formal response yet, but that's something that's currently under consideration.
And I mean, I note that lots of the recommendations in that report apply to different portfolios, not only to yours. So this is just an information question. What's your role as a Minister for Seniors in terms of supporting those recommendations across other portfolios? Do you have a role there, if you choose to support them?
So my role will be as a Minister for Seniors to working along with my colleagues, other ministers, and then supporting that process.
Do you have a specific role in supporting or advocating for senior Territorians round elder abuse?
I'm the Minister for Seniors, so I'm the one that representing Cabinet and taking on that voice to the Cabinet.
Thank you.
Member for Arafura.
Minister, there was a meeting in the reporting period on 26th of February 2025 in Darwin with yourself. A concern raised by members was the progress on VAD laws. What concerns did they raise with you?
Can you please name the meeting and where this meeting was
VAD,
held?
voluntary assisted dying.
I know, but where this meeting was held and what you exactly, because you're quoting a date.
Yep, in Darwin. Do you want me to rephrase?
Member for Arafura, do you have any more details to provide around that?
Council meeting on the 26th of February 2025 in
The
Darwin.
advice is that it's the Senior Ministerial Advisory Council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it is the Ministerial Advisory Council meeting.
Yes, so a concern raised by members was the progress on VAD laws. What concerns did they raise with you?
Thank you, Member for Rafira, for the question. So there was concerns raised and they kind of like had like priorities for the Seniors Advisory Council. So what I have done was I facilitated a meeting with Minister Edgington in my office, and I don't have the exact date, and discussed with Minister Edgington, and that gave that opportunity for the Senior Advisory Council meetings. So one was particularly around the VAD, and one of the other priorities was the aged care as the Minister for Aged Care as well. So they raised the concern, and I facilitated another meeting.
Yeah. Minister who?
Steve Edgington, as the Minister for Aged Care.
All right. Thank you for the clarity. We up to. So, did you say to those members that voluntary assisted dying was not a priority for the CLP government?
No, I didn't say that.
Thank you, Minister. What update are you providing them over the coming months surrounding the government's inquiry into an inquiry in order to delay re-election on VAD here in the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Member for Afira. So I'll be able to provide about the update of what's currently happening in that space on the next meeting, and I'll be able to provide that update to them. And if needed, I'll be able to facilitate another meeting with, I can't recall of the name of the committee that Mr. Member for Fonglam is chairing at the moment. Yeah, is it the Legal and Constitutional Committee? And we'll be able to take further consultation facilitated for this group.
Is it on VAD? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you go then.
No, I don't have it.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, just a follow-up question on the VAD. Just in the previous question that the member for Arafura asked in regards to the meeting with those the council meeting, and you stated that it wasn't a priority for the government, but did they accept that line? That answer, Minister?
Through the chair, I do not accept the premise of that question. I never said that I didn't, I informed them that it's not a priority. I said I didn't say that. The question
okay, but
was
did they accept your answer?
So, Member for Daly, I believe you're asking for an opinion on what the Minister thought about the response from the people. Minister, it's up to you whether or not you answer that question.
It's asking what the response was.
I can't recall of the response. But what I can say is about I facilitated further meeting to make sure their priorities are working through.
Thank you, Minister. One more question in this category. Public safety was also an issue raised with you at that council meeting. At a council meeting in November, sorry. However, this year we've seen a 7.4 rise in offences against elderly person under your government, including a case of a 101-year-old man being assaulted on his mobility scooter on Mitchell Street in March. Can you please provide an update on what specific actions your office is taking to prevent violent assaults on senior Territorians, and how is it funded in the budget?
Thank you, Member for Arafura. The community safety sits with the Minister for Police. So, except the advocacy that I am providing in the forums that I can, I am not. My office is not making any direct involvement with that.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. But there would be decision making through the cabinet process, which you would sit on as a minister, as I believe. Is that true, Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So I don't know whether I need to respond to that question because I'm a member of the cabinet. So if the member for Daly is not aware of that, I can't help with that answer.
It's not that I'm aware, I'm just outlining that there is a process and that you would have decision-making powers within that around certain legislation. But you've stated that you don't really have input to community safety for seniors.
Again, I do not accept the premise of that question. What I made clearly was about I'm representing all my portfolios in cabinet, and I am having that advocacy role within the cabinet and broader in the Northern Territory Parliament as well.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on output 1.1, social inclusion?
Yes, but not in regards to seniors.
Let's do the same category, move on. Yep.
Just put my mic. Thank you. So just to output 1.2 in regards to the
Sorry, Member for Daly, we're still on 1.1, social inclusion.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking one overall.
No further questions?
But we will go to 1.2 for this. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No further questions on output 1.1. That concludes consideration of output 1.1. The committee will now proceed to output 1.2, disability. Are there any questions?
Glad I made it there.
Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, this question's just in regards to the Royal Commission into violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation of people with a disability. That Royal Commission concluded in 2023, which allowed people with a disability, their families and a range of other people to share their dreams and aspirations for an inclusive Australia. With one participant stating, and I will quote what was stated, I don't want it to be a competition for scarce resources, a survival of the fittest, where the winners are able-bodied young people who can climb a flight of stairs without needing to rest for an hour or step over the lip of a bathtub without the risk of face planting onto the tiles. Does the Minister accept that your public statements referencing your beliefs of survival of the fittest may deter people with a disability from engaging with government services?
That's member for Daly is asking for an opinion on that to me.
So it's not an opinion. I'm just trying to. This was a quote that was directly from the Royal Commission that was done in 2023. Who I just stated that quote. So there is from the public statements that you have made as a minister directly aligned to what he's saying is a survival of the fittest. So I'm just trying to get a picture because it obviously moulds your policy positions. So does that deter people with a disability from engaging with government services when we've got a minister that is saying that
Member for
rhetoric in the
Daly,
public?
you're asking the minister to provide information on what members of the public might be thinking, which is asking for.
It was in the report of the Royal Commission.
They're hypothetical questions. They're
It's
asking
not
for
hypothetical,
opinion.
it's a direct question.
No, but Member for Daly, you're asking for him to provide advice on an opinion on what other people might be thinking. It's not a question. Can we please move on?
Okay, so in saying that, Minister, will you admit that the theory of survival of the fittest, which has shaped your thinking, in fears that those born with different strengths and talents are not all part equals? Because that's what it's stating.
This output, so I don't know what member for Daly is referring to.
It sits well and truly within this output because you're the minister responsible for disabilities. That's a direct quote that's come out of the Royal Commission. So when people with disabilities need to interact with the highest person in office and you're making those quotes, it makes them feel uncomfortable, it doesn't make them feel safe, it doesn't allow you to then guide your policy position. So I'm just trying to get where your thinking and sitting is on that policy position, which then affects where funding goes towards people with a disability. That's the line of questioning and why we're just trying.
Member for Daly, can I ask you to rephrase your question so it's an appropriate question for this around policy?
It's directly around policy. It's a Royal Commission. So the Royal Commission into violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation of people with a disability, it concluded in 2023. So there's recommendations that come out of that Royal Commission, but there's also people that have stated that they don't want to be competing for resources. Well, I did ask the question, but the minister didn't answer it, is the issue. So,
and as the chair, I've asked you to rephrase the question, so it's an appropriate question to ask the minister, please.
Okay, so would those views, which has been stated in the Royal Commission that's in that report, then your quotes that are public, does that deter people with a disability from engaging with government services?
Again, Member for Daly, you're asking the minister for an opinion on other people's stance.
The minister should be able to answer. Like he's an adult here. He's a minister of the Crown. he should be able to answer a pretty simple
So,
question.
Chair, I will refer to the Chair. Like, does the member got any question related to the estimates? Or is he ran out of the question and he's trying to make up something here?
I agree on this one. Can we
Clearly
please move
scared.
on from this line of questioning?
Yep, that's fine. Minister, there were 222 recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission that I just spoke about, including the joint Commonwealth, State and Territory Government responses. Can you provide a breakdown update on the progress of the implementation progress from the department or whole of government? What is being designed as priority for 2025-2026?
Thank you, Member for Delhi, for the question. So, work has commenced on a number of 54 joint Australian state and territory recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission that fall within the remit of the Disability Reform Ministerial Council relating to the employment, accessible information and communication advocacy, and health navigation. And the most recent meeting that I attended with the other disability ministers from state, territories, and federal government was on last week.
Thank you. So what is the other part of the question? What is being designated as a priority for 2025-2026?
Thank you, Member for Delhi. So I'll pass it on to Siobhan Oakley to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Siobhan Oakley, Executive Director, Social Inclusion. I think what you might be referring to, or what you might be asking about, is when is progress against the recommendation, implementing the recommendations from the Royal Commission.
Yep.
So we have been working with other jurisdictions to draft the first report on implementation, the first 6-monthly report on implementation under the Disability Royal Commission, and that is due for release nationally in August.
In August, okay.
Yep, and the Northern Territory's input into that report on implementation will be provided in that in August as part of that.
No problem. Thank you. Through the Chair, Minister, recommendation 6.21 states that at least 1st of July 2026, state and territory governments should ensure long-term and stable funding for disability advocacy programs in their jurisdictions to meet demand. Can you confirm how this will occur?
Thank you, Member for Delhi, for the question through Chair. So we have organizations that we are funding for the advocacy. They are Integrated Disability Action Incorporated, Disability Advocacy Services Incorporated, Darwin Community Legal Service, Carers NT Limited, National Disability Services. Yeah, those are the organizations that we have an agreement with for the advocacy services.
They're all the organisations you've just listed off? That's all of them? There's no further
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
organisations? Thank you. And how? Sorry, one sec. Thank you, Chair and Minister. Through the Chair, was the disability sector consulted regarding the repeal of the Portable Long Service Leave Bill? Did you agree with the position to remove disability workers' portable long service leave?
Thank you, Member for Delhi. So it was through the Office of the Commissioner of Public Employment. So I would recommend the question to be referred to the Minister for Public Service.
Okay, thank you. I'll take away the last part of the question in regards, did you agree with that position? But I'm sure you would know whether there was anyone from the disability sector that was consulted on, if any, in regards to the repeal of the Portable Long Service Leave Bill.
Thank you, Member for Delhi, through the Chair. So what I can confirm is like the Department of People, Sport and Culture didn't facilitate any such consultation.
Okay, so you didn't bother to ask if anyone from the disability sector was consulted on the repeal of portable long service leave, and if not, why not?
I already answered the question. So the Department of People, Sport and Culture didn't facilitate any consultation through this office.
Sorry, I was specifically asking just about around your portfolio responsibility, which is disability, and whether you asked if there was any consultation done with the disability sector.
Member for Daly, I think the Minister's answered the question.
But he hasn't. He hasn't answered the question I've asked. It's a yes or no answer. It's not a...
He did answer the question.
Okay, well, what was the answer? Can you just repeat the answer?
You can check on the hand search.
No, it's a pretty... so it sounds like the Minister for Disability didn't even ask the question whether the disability sector was consulted in regards to the repeal of the Portable Long Service Leave Bill tonight. The repeal of the Portable Long Service Leave Bill tonight.
Member for Daly, you're repeating the question, and I believe it has been answered. Can we move on from
I'm
this
just
line of
stating
questioning?
that it's godsmacking that the Minister wouldn't even ask the question that
Please, Member for Daly,
people under his portfolio weren't consulted.
I can jump in.
Yep.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you. Minister, can you outline the definition of disability used by your department in the development and delivery of programs and services?
Thanks, Member for Johnson. I will pass it on to the CEO of the department to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Good evening. We don't have a set definition. I think it's more of our approach of people who identify they have a disability and making sure that we are inclusive and provide inclusive and accessible programs. So, there are different definitions in terms of access to services such as the National Disability Insurance Scheme. That does have very clear definitions around the requirement for lifelong care and support and a significant and lifelong disability, where for in terms of people's self-identification of disability, it's very broad and much broader than just NDIS eligibility.
So would your policy development be based on self-identification of disability in terms of who it applies to, who your programs apply to?
Yeah, so our programs are for all people with a disability, and noting that a proportion of those people in the Territory, just over 6,000, are NDIS participants. But in terms of our whole of government strategy on disability and our programs and focus and our advocacy services, they're for all people with a disability and their families and carers.
Thank you. And Minister, given that you have said that you believe not all people are equal and not all people can do the same thing, can you confirm whether or not this view influences how you develop your disability portfolio?
Again, this is not within this output, and that's in an entirely different context.
How is it not within this output, sorry, Minister? It's directly in relation to disability.
You're asking for an opinion about what I said in a different context.
I'm asking how your stated view affects how you develop policy in relation to people with disability. I can't see how it's not relevant.
No, thank you. I'll respond to that question about like how I develop policy. So I completed my training in nursing back in 2009 and been working with the people with disability and physical issues. Since that time, I started working in 2010 or 11, and I worked for the last 13 years in the nursing, mental health, and forensic disability services. So when I'm making a decision, that will be informed by my experience, my education, and the information shared by the people with the lived experience and by the carers, and from the broader consultation with the community as well. That's how I influence the decision.
And I do believe, and I can quote from Hansard, you also said it's informed by a particular approach to an interpretation of Charles Darwin's survival of the fittest. So I think the question is totally relevant. You're saying what informs your policy development, and that's part of it. So my question is, how will that impact or not impact on your policy development?
So again, I provided a response to that question, and I just want to make a quote as well. So I never repeated that since in that parliament, which is on the Hansard, whereas what I can hear is about like people are continuously saying the things again and again, whereas I stick on to my line. What I said is in the Hansard, and I already responded to your question.
For the record, you said in Hansard, Charles Darwin's survival of the fittest theory is a well-known theory from long ago. This theory has shaped my thinking. It still rings true in many ways. People are born with different strengths and talents, and not all parts are equal. Not all people can do the same things.
Member, do you have a question?
There's not a question.
I've got a
We don't
follow-up.
make statements in estimates.
I know, I'm sorry.
So I just
I've got a
would like to
follow-up.
move on.
I've got a
Thank you,
follow-up
Member for Daly.
question for that. Thank you, Chair. Just following on from the member for Johnson and what she'd read out.
Member for Daly, I'm just going to warn you to
in
make sure you're
Parliament.
moving on from the line of questioning,
Yeah, it
because we
is,
don't want
because
to
it's
be
important,
repetitive in
because
this.
it-
Sorry, I'm just talking.
Yeah.
We don't want to be repetitive. This is
No,
a warning
it's a
on
policy-
this matter right now. So
it's
I'm
a
just
policy
making sure that
question.
you're moving on from the line of questioning
It's a
and
policy
not asking
question.
the same question.
Yeah, it's a policy question.
Well, this is your warning.
Because
Don't
it's
ask the
clearly
same question.
he's said that he's shaped his views from what the member for Johnson has said. So is that a guiding principle of yours, which has been implemented in the disability portfolio and your policy thinking?
Sorry, Member for Daly, you're asking the same question.
It's a
He's
guiding
answered
principle.
the
It's a
question
policy
already.
one. It's a policy one.
We will move on from this line of questioning.
Can't even answer the question.
Are there any further questions in outpoint 1.2, disability?
Yes.
Yep, Member for Karama?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry.
I've already allocated.
Thank you.
Order. Did we move on from him?
I haven't moved on. I've still got questions to
still got
go
questions.
from disability. It was
We've already
made clear at
shuffled
the start,
across.
but it was made clear from the start that the backbenchers and the opposition
Member
would
for
be given
Karama,
that.
is this in the same line of questioning?
I'm on disability, but it's a separate question to.
So it's separate. It's not carrying
Member
on
for
from
Daly.
that. Thank you. Minister, what funding has been dedicated to the Northern Territory Disabilities Strategy Action Plan?
Thank you, Member for Daly. So for the Northern Territory Disability Strategy, the funding allocation is $174,000.
Thank you. Sorry, what actions are completed in the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Daly. Through the chair, so as at 31st March 2025, of the 118 actions in the current action plan, 106 actions are either completed or embedded in everyday agency functions and recognized as business as usual. 12 actions are recognized as in progress, progressing to be business as usual or slightly delayed. These actions will be considered and reframed into the next action plan where appropriate. And the key achievements include the increased support for disability service providers provided by small business champions, including building business capability through workforce support and targeted training modules, greater diversity and inclusion on Northern Territory government boards and committees, more choice for students with disability to remain in mainstream education, with support for schools to build their capability to offer modified subjects and pathways for students to attain their NT Certificate of Education and Training, including transition to employment, a Northern Territory Disability Directory to connect people with disability, their carers, families, to the services, information, and supports they need, innovative programs and services in remote communities to support local providers and enable people with disability to remain on country, employment of an inclusion engagement officer in the department's Sport and Recreation Division in February 2025 to increase the number of people with disability involved in sporting activities in their respective communities, including regional and remote communities. The second action plan 2025-2029 under the strategy is under development and will be released later this year, signifying our government's commitment to better support and improve the lives of Territorians with disability.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, how many active participants with an approved NDIS plan currently reside in the Territory, and can you provide a breakdown by region?
Thank you, Member for Daly. So the total participants on 31st March 2025 are 6,410. In the Barkly region, 152. Central Australia, 1,060. Darwin Remote, 575. Darwin Urban, 3,701. East Annam region, 262. Katherine region, 389. And other service districts of the Northern Territory are 271.
Okay, so it was the Darwin and you said Darwin and something?
Darwin Urban.
Oh, Urban, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Minister, have you got an estimate of how many Territorians are eligible for an NDIS plan but are currently not signed up to one? And what are you doing to get them on a suitable plan?
Thank you, Member for Daly. I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond to that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Samantha Livesey. What we don't have data on how many people with a disability who should be on the NDIS aren't on the NDIS. But what we have done since transition to the NDIS commenced in 2016 was actively work with communities and organisations to ensure the people that are identified that should be on are supported to access the NDIS. And we work very closely with the National Disability Insurance Agency in that space as well.
Thank you. Do you have a breakdown of those organisations and communities that you're working with on what you've just stated?
Oh, that was in the early part of the transition. What we predominantly work now is with the National Disability Insurance Agency and some other agencies. Key agencies would be Education and Training and Department of Health in terms of where people may come to the attention of people who might refer them in for determining their eligibility for the NDIS.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Minister, and through the chair, what investment is being made to address workforce shortages in the disability sector?
Thank you, Member for Daly. I'll pass it on to CEO to respond because it's more of interdepartmental level.
Thank you.
Good evening, Member for Daly, Samantha Livesley. Some of the work that would be in that space in terms of improving workforce in the disability sector is driven at a national level through the National Disability Insurance Agency, and also was recently the Department of Social Services, but the disability portfolio is now moved to the Commonwealth Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. So they are, responsible. They're the market stewards and are responsible for a lot of that work, but supported by states and territories. There are a whole lot of other workforce programs as well that people can access, and there's people are actively encouraged to look to work in disability and aged care. And there's a broader national reforms about the whole care sector workforce, not just disability.
Okay, thank you. That's all my line of questioning for 1.2, but I've got questions on 1. Looks like Member for Karama.
Member for Karama.
Thank you. Minister, you may have already, I think you've addressed part of the question in response to the member for Daly, but I'll just ask this anyway, in case there's something further you want to add. You did make reference to the NDIS reform in your opening statement. Can you please expand, or is there anything further you want to say on the status of the reform and how it affects Territorians? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Karama. So since the release of the final report of the NDIS review in late 2023, our government has been jointly progressing work with the Commonwealth and states and territories to respond to the review's recommendations to restore trust, confidence and pride in the NDIS. We will ensure the sustainability of the scheme and place people with disability at the center of the NDIS. The main focus of this work has been the design of foundational supports that will sit outside of the NDIS to address the service gaps that exist between the NDIS and mainstream services and the legislative changes needed to support this work. The NDIS review proposed that the NDIS participants with low to moderate support needs would move into or receive foundational supports, while higher needs participants would stay with the NDIS as it was originally intended. This would then reduce reliance on the NDIS and its individualized funding packages as the only way to receive disability support. The NDIS Amendment Act 2024 commenced on 3rd October 2024. Meaningful progress has been made in developing the new NDIS rules enabled by this legislation that sets out how the scheme will operate. These changes to the operation of the NDIS are expected to contribute to decisions made by the National Cabinet in 2023 by First Ministers to moderate cost growth of the NDIS in the medium to long term and to meet the 8% sustainability target by 1st July 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And just another question. You also mentioned in your opening statement additional funding for Auslan interpreters. How will you attract and retain Auslan interpreters into the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Member for Karama. So the previous funding was like a time-limited funding. So this government makes sure, I think that's part of the budget process. So that means $120,000 are there from 2025-26 budget onwards. And on top of that, in the last few couple of months, the government supported 4 individuals to complete their Auslan interpreter test, which was interstate, and some of them had financial challenges, so we supported them to travel to Perth, I believe, and complete that test as well.
Thank you, Minister. No further questions.
Sorry, just
Johnston.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so did you say that's now ongoing funding? It is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any further questions around Output 1.2 disability? That concludes consideration of Output 1.2. The committee will now consider Output 1.3, Northern Territory Concession and Recognition Schemes. Are there any questions?
What did you?
Member for Johnson? No?
Yeah, I've
Yep.
got questions.
Yep. Member for Johnson.
I have some questions for the member for Mulca. Written question 52 asks what percentage of people in the Mulca electorate receive a concession for electricity through the NT concession scheme? The answer was 0.87%, or 57 people receive the energy concession in the Mulca electorate. On the 28th of February this year, in the electorate of Mulca, there are only 95 people on the NT concession scheme, and it has been this way for years. Clearly, this scheme excludes people from the bush. The Mulca electorate consists of many impoverished communities, and yet governments have not addressed barriers for people in the bush for receiving these concessions. What is being done to address the systemic racism in the scheme?
Member for Johnson, I think there's an imputation there that there's racism in a scheme that's implemented by the government. Maybe can you restate
Not my
that
question.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we can answer a question like that.
What is being done to address these clear issues in the scheme?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So to be eligible to receive an electricity concession, members of the Northern Territory Concession Scheme must be the primary account holder or legally responsible for the electricity account. In addition, only one member per household can claim the concession. There are currently 96 NTCS members living in the electorate of Mulca. 8 of those members share accommodation with another NTCS member, resulting in these members currently being deemed ineligible to claim the electricity concession due to the one member per household rule. Of the remaining 88 members, 57 are currently claiming the electricity concession. 64.7% of the NTCS households are claiming electricity due to eligibility mentioned. Using the 2024 NT general election enrollments, there were 6,844 people enrolled to vote in the electorate of Mulca. The 57 NTCS members claiming electricity concession only represents 0.83% of the enrolled population. That's how that number came.
Yes, I think that was the same figures I said to you, Minister. The question was that there are barriers to people. The member for Mulca's question was that there are barriers to people receiving these concessions. I'm not sure that you've answered that question.
I think I responded like only one person from household is eligible, and I believe it was 8 members were sharing the household with another person, so that become ineligible because someone within that house is already receiving that benefits.
So when people are living in overcrowded housing, they're unable to receive the benefits.
So I just set out the regulations currently in place.
The second question is, could you please provide the data for all remote communities showing how many people are included in the NT concession scheme?
So Chair, I will take that on notice because I don't have that information readily available.
Member for Johnson, please restate the question for the record.
Could you please provide the data for all remote communities showing how many people are included in the NT concession scheme?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, thank you.
The question asked by the member for Johnson of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.5.
That's the end of the member for Mulca's questions. I've got a couple of concession questions about the concessions. Oh, do you want to?
No, you can do it. Yeah.
Thank you. In the 25-26 budget, $30.7 million has been allocated to the NT concession and recognition schemes. The key performance indicator related to this budget item is eligible Territorians who are members of the Northern Territory concession scheme. And in 24-25, the target for this indicator was more than 70% of eligible Territorians on the scheme. after only achieving 63% in the last financial year. And now the target's been dropped to 65%. Are there any plans to improve the scheme and the application process to ensure that more Territorians who are eligible can access the benefits?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So I'll pass it on to the CEO to respond to that question.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So it is a process that the concessions team, we go through, and we are having a look at how we can increase membership across the Territory, especially in remote communities. So we're looking at how we can work with some regional staff and other departments who might be in communities to try and identify and encourage people to sign up to the scheme and to increase those numbers.
So is that active work in progress?
Yeah.
Thank you. Have you considered broadening eligibility to more Territorians, for instance, those on job seeker and youth allowance?
No.
Sorry, Minister.
Can you repeat the question again?
The Minister was, have you considered broadening eligibility to more Territorians, for example, those on job seeker and youth allowance?
No, we haven't considered.
Can you provide how many applications to the concession scheme are received each year, and what is the breakdown of acceptance and denial?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So we don't have that data readily available, and we do not know whether the system has the ability to pick that, but I'll take that question on notice.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Johnson, please restate the question for the record.
How many applications to the concession scheme are received each year, and what is the breakdown of acceptance and denial?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked by the Member for Johnson of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.6. Are there any further questions on output 1.3?
Yeah, I've got a couple more.
Member for Johnson?
What's the processing time from application to receiving the concession benefits?
This one hasn't been asked. 1.3,
Thank you, Member for Johnson. We don't have that data available.
Can you take it on notice?
Just do the first one, not the second.
Yep, I will take on notice.
Member for Johnson, please restate the question for the record.
What is the processing time from application to receiving the concession benefits?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked by the Member for Johnson of the Minister has been allocated the number 4.7.
Thank you. One more question. In relation to the pensioner concession scheme, does that go into this output also? Yes. Yeah. On page 200 of BP3, there's a line item for pensioner concession scheme system upgrade. The budget for 25-26 has increased significantly to 2.3 million from 407,000 in the 2004 to 2024 to 25 year. Can you provide further detail about what this upgrade is and how it's being undertaken?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. Through Chair, I will ask 𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙍𝙍, General Manager, to respond to that question.
𝙍𝙀𝙇𝙀𝙍𝙍, General Manager, Sport, Recreation, Strategic Infrastructure. Thank you, Member, for your question. That amount is related to Stage 2 of the Pension Concession Scheme system upgrade. At the moment, we're currently in Stage 1, which is verifying the data requirements for the system upgrade. And the Stage 2 is set to be delivered as part of the 25-26 budget, which is a significant cost in the system upgrade.